Hello? This button. Correct. Hello, this is not Final Fantasy 14. It's another Weave game. New expansion came out last night. Might as well play it. Because what else are we doing in Final Fantasy 14 other than Eureka Orphos right now? And sometimes I need a break from it. So we're probably going to be doing this until raid. We do have a raid in 14 today. It's probably just going to be Abyssos collecting gear for top. But all these NPCs keep talking. And maybe after that, if there's time, I might do like an hour of Eureka Orphos. Just to see what's ahead of us. Speaking of Eureka Orphos, before we get into this game, I did start making a video last night. Gonna have like blind prog highlights from Eureka Orphos, so all the deaths, all the small victories that came along the way, probably full boss battles for the first time I do them. And yeah, I decided I'd do that. And it kind of made me also want to do more blind prog, so I don't think I'll actually ever watch a guide for Eureka Orphos. Perhaps afterwards, like after I've finished or after I've gotten to level 90. You know, if it's like the other ones, be a boss at 90 and I'll figure that out, and then after that sort of okay to just go. But I think while making the highlights video, I decided I just want to probably keep doing it blind. That's probably what's going to happen. But yeah, a little bit of Abyssos later, maybe some Orphos after that. But for now we have probably 3 hours of uninterrupted story if I actually go before 20 minutes from now, which I will. I want to talk for a little bit. Maybe I should have sat in this chair and looked at this wall. Why are there seats here? You just stare at the wall. Stare at the wall menacingly. I haven't really run around Mondstadt for a while. You don't really run around the city. But whatever. But yeah, Genshin will happen for the time being before raid, and I'll probably also stream it tomorrow. Like fully, I don't think there'll be a raid tomorrow. If there is, it'll be because we failed to kill P8S today. But also, I think our other tank is away tomorrow and onwards for a little while anyway, so it's probably just going to be 7 hours of Genshin and back tomorrow, let's be real. Which I'm okay with. The only thing I hate about this game now is when I alt-tab, like if I go onto my second monitor or something, the whole game just disappeared. I don't like it. Probably an option to change that, but it's always been that way, so it is what it is. But anyway, let's jump into the 4.0 story. Maybe I'll walk there. Just for fun. Fun. What is fun? What is this fun you speak of? And by walk I mean fly. There's a vista down there I haven't collected. Honestly, I was looking through my world map exploration last night in this game. I logged in to update for the patch and everything to be ready for today, right? I really didn't do much content in this last expansion. It's like I played it just to catch up, and for no other reason, which is true. Good thing about MSQ in this game is I don't really have to read anything. It's nice.
Good old caravan rebut. Now let Paimon think. What were we up to the first time we came here?
To make Paimon read stuff for us, so, you know, sometimes she shrieks a little bit and it hurts our ears.
Oh, Paimon remembers. Nahida's consciousness had been trapped by the doctor, but we followed the clues she left behind to help her.
Good memory.
So much time has already passed since then, and it seems Sumeru's changing for the better now that Nahida's in charge, right? Paimon just hopes this peace will last a long time, and then Nahida won't have any more new problems to deal with.
As long as we're around, it's hard to say what will happen.
Guess you're right. We somehow always find ourselves right in the thick of it. Who knows what will happen next?
We do bring trouble.
Come to think of it, maybe it's all because of you. Maybe you're just a magnet for trouble.
That's what I see. I was just thinking that it might be a you problem.
Me? Before Paimon ran into you, Paimon never ran into any trouble. At most, when she was super tired, Paimon got caught in some strange whirlpool and sucked out into sea. And even then, you fished Paimon out.
Isn't that a blessing, though?
Anyway, for Nahida's sake, maybe we should think about heading to our next destination for now.
Continue our journey.
Look who it is. Running into you in a place like this? I can see you two still love wandering around.
After we talk to Dea.
Oh, it's Dia! Since when are we just wandering around? We're usually taking care of some serious business. Even though it may have nothing to do with our journey. But never mind that. What brings you here?
I just finished a commission in the desert for a usual client of mine. Nothing too interesting. Just escorting a shipment of goods. I'm on my way to report back.
I think I'd like this game better if... I do like it a bit. But I think I'd like it more if you could, like, turn Paimon's voice down separately from everyone else's. Just so the levels equalize just a little bit.
That's when I saw you two all the way over there, chatting away. What were you two talking about anyway?
Preparing to leave your home and never return.
Huh? You serious? Can't say I saw that coming. But you are travelers after all. I guess you'd never stay for too long in one place. Bumping into you like this will become a rarity. I'm starting to feel sad just thinking about it. Hey, how about I gather a few mercs to escort you two? What do you say?
Thanks, but no need. Oh, Paimon had no clue you'd miss us so much. But don't worry, we'll come back to see everyone when we get a chance.
Perhaps.
Sounds good. All you need to do to get to Fontaine is cross this stretch of desert and navigate some waterways. Knowing you two, I'm sure it won't be anything you can't handle. So, when are you leaving?
We'll leave as soon as we've finished a few more preparations.
Wait a sec. Paimon just remembered there are still a few dishes in Sumeru that Paimon hasn't tried yet. Now, where's that list Paimon made?
Not food. Who's a strange man? He heard Fontaine. He looks like a Fontanian.
I see. Guess you won't be needing a going away party or anything. It's sad enough to see you go like this. Though, now that I think about it, Sumeru wouldn't be what it is today without you. Seems true heroes always prefer leaving quietly.
By the way, should we go say bye to Nahida?
You'll know from our dreams anyway.
Good point. Then there's no need to bother her in the real world.
Then, I guess this is goodbye for now, Traveler in Paimon. Whether as a client or a friend, you're always welcome to come find me.
Take care. Goodbye is too much.
Bye-bye, Sumeru.
We approach the border of Fontaine. Look, I have that waypoint. I wonder if it does sharp read in the cutscene if you don't have it. I don't even know if I have it, honestly. I mean, this is pretty imposing. And a viewpoint. Easy. Any loot around here first? I don't really care that much. I think this waypoint was created today. There is a boat. Can't be missing any loot. Might not come back here for a while, you know? I'm sure I'll be back in Sumeru before long. Like when a new Final Fantasy expansion comes out, you spend like a week in the new zone and then turtles. And then you go back to the old stuff. Turtle, I'm not gonna harm you, don't worry about it. It's pretty cool though. Friend? Probably not. They're called turtles. Interesting. So there's a big boat here, but I can also have my own boat. What if I want to get on the big boat? I guess I can. I don't know if it does anything, but... Kinda actually crazy, like you go from like the second zone in this game where they have wooden ships to these. Damn. One thing I'll always give Genshin is the visuals are always nice. Sailing over here. Screw over there. Alright. We found our first... I'm gonna call it a hydroculus. Hydroculus. It's exactly what it is. Nice. Oh, you can actually like swing from these boats. I think there's enough space. Hey. Maybe there's treasure. I heard there's diving, and you can go under. There's underwater content. I don't know if it's like available right now. Doesn't seem to be. This is just regular water by the looks of it, which makes sense. It is outside of the zone technically. Man, all these boats though, I want to check them. This one might actually be, yeah, that one's probably outside of the world. So we won't head over there. Dock like a normal person.
After crossing all that sand and water, we finally made it! Oh, this must be Fontaine's port.
I feel like I'm back in Charlian.
Wow. Everything looks so advanced in Fontaine. Paimon's heard that the industry here is extremely developed, and there are all kinds of unusual machines.
In Charlian with Dishonored vibes. More impressive than I expected.
The sights as a tourist is nice, but maybe it would be better if we found something to do. What do you think?
Start by meeting the Hydro Archon. Just immediately.
Good idea! Nahida gave us loads of useful information. Seeking out the Seven is probably still our best source for information at this point.
Our journey is to find my sibling and also find the truth.
The more we can learn, the better. So, what do you think the Hydro Archon's like? Will we get along? Nahida said that she has a very unique personality, whatever that means. To learn about a nation's god, start with the nation's people. There seems to be some locals talking over there. Let's go see if we can join the party.
Gonna interrupt the locals immediately. We're already annoying the people.
It's a tragedy how things ended for him. Clearly, he was a pretty decent person.
Yeah, I didn't expect that kind of ending for him. I thought he would at least fight on a little longer for his family. I was expecting a sudden plot twist, but it's a pity that it never happened. Still, his story is quite the tearjerker.
Excuse me. Can I help you too? I couldn't help but notice you standing here listening.
We just like to listen. It's okay. Don't worry about it.
Hi. We're travelers new to Fontaine, and we had something we wanted to ask, but you seem to be really busy talking about some kind of play, so we didn't want to interrupt.
Play? Oh, no. We're talking about something that really happened. In fact, it's a case that was just heard a few days ago.
Really? Like, a real trial? But the way you were talking about it and the words you used just now made it sound like some kind of story.
Well, good tales are often based on true stories, aren't they? And what you see in reality may also be someone deliberately putting on an act while harboring ulterior motives. Whether something is true or not simply isn't that important. The main thing is whether the story being acted out on the stage is splendid enough.
What does the Nav bead mean?
Oh, but it looks like you're not from around here. You probably don't know that the Fontaine Court of Justice is called the Opera FFXIV, or more commonly known as just the Opera House.
Opera FFXIV. Okay. They see trials of all sorts as opera.
But, shouldn't court cases be treated a little more seriously than that? Not to question Fontaine's way of doing things. It's just that putting someone on trial is usually a very serious thing.
Usually.
No worries. Other visitors to Fontaine have wondered the same thing. You could say that we just don't want to waste the moving stories behind those cases. And as for your worries about whether the cases are treated with due reverence, we have the absolutely just and honorable Chief Justice Neuvillette, as well as the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, a machine created by the Archon. Between the machine and the Chief Justice, false charges and injustice are a thing of the past now.
I'm sorry, the what now? Apparently there's going to be a lot of French. So, I might not understand a little bit. Just a judgment device created by the Archon.
Oratrice? Is it some kind of machine too? Oh, Paimon's curious. We should check it out if we get the chance. Wait, Paimon almost forgot to ask you our question. Do you know what we should do if we want to meet the Hydro Archon?
Oh, that's easy. Just go to the Opera House. Lady Farina practically lives there. You could definitely say it's her biggest passion.
I mean, someone did liken Fontaine to early 1900s France, so that'd be fun.
I think what they mean is that they wish to speak with the Archon personally.
In that case, I am afraid it's going to be a tad more difficult. You'll have to make an appointment well in advance, and it'll depend on whether or not she has any time slots available.
Make an appointment?
Is the Hydro Archon super busy taking care of official stuff? Wait, didn't you say that she's always at the Opera House?
We could just do a crime and probably meet her immediately.
No, Lady Farina seldom takes an interest with the nation's affairs. The reason it's difficult to make an appointment is simply because she's incredibly popular.
That's right. After all, she is the Archon. Though she may tend to get a little dramatic from time to time, people can't get enough of her.
First time Paimon's ever heard of an Archon being described that way before. Wait! Paimon gets now! The Hydro Archon is kinda like a big celebrity here, right?
Yeah, I suppose you could say that. Perhaps you could even say our mascot.
Mascot.
Hang on. This is still Fontaine's Archon we're talking about. You should show some more respect.
I was just about to say.
Yes, you're right. I guess I should at least try to be a little more respectful in front of visitors. Otherwise, I might get arrested and find myself face to face with Monsieur Neuvillette.
Come on. Sure, there's a lot of laws here, but nobody's going to be arrested for saying something disrespectful about the Hydro Archon.
Seems the people of Fontaine really like the Hydro Archon, but they don't appear to review.
Alright, I think we get it. Thank you! At least we now know that we can find the Hydro Archon at the Opera House. But who knows how long making an appointment will take? Guess we could have a look around the city in the meantime. Hey!
Cool.
What are you looking over there for?
Apparently there's a girl over there.
Huh. Maybe something's the matter.
Oh, I know that girl.
She isn't going to jump into the water, is she?
It's a cat girl.
Maybe we better go check on her.
When I loaded up the game last night, I got that character for free.
Hey, how about we get some tickets to the next trial?
I think we'd better wait and see what kind of case it is first.
I think he just wants to go out with you. Excuse me, question.
Hello there. Excuse me. Are you alright?
Huh? I'm fine. Thanks.
Oh, okay then. We just noticed that you seem to be worried about something.
About many things, actually. But there's nothing I can do but just keep my troubles to myself. I was just reminiscing about a place my brother and I would play when we were kids. It was just atop that hill over there. See?
Which one?
You're pointing at the sea. Wait, are you saying that you and your brother lived in the water?
Maybe they're mermaids, or a fantastical race from
No
Fontaine.
people call the waters around Fontaine a sea. It's actually just an inland lake that's filled with fresh water.
I pop up on Twitch, I was like confused. It was just ads.
And though I can still see that hill clearly in my memories, now it's been completely submerged. He would skip and jump, tossing sand in the wind. The sun shone brightly, and the air was filled with the scent of the sea.
I think this character's the first real cat girl in Genshin Impact. Like there are girl cats, but I think this is the first real cat girl.
But now, the water is gradually swallowing our memories. It won't be long before it swallows us.
He swallows all.
Sorry. Paimon doesn't really get what you mean.
I don't believe we've had the pleasure of meeting. Are you Lynette's new friends?
Oh, we get to meet both of them immediately?
Oh, and you are?
Thanks for looking after my sister. She often comes here to reminisce about our childhood, that's all. There's no need for any concern.
Korea really hates this character because he's not a waifu.
allow me to introduce myself. I'm Linny, and this is my sister Lynette. If I had to guess, I'd say you must be travelers from abroad.
Kind of weird, because the sister could be a waifu for them, so I don't know why they're hating on him so much. Just because you don't get 2 waifus doesn't mean you should hate on people.
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in Fontaine. We were just talking with your sister. Even though we didn't really get what she was saying.
I see. It's unusual for Lynette to be so willing to talk with anyone. In fact, she seldom speaks at all. I'm usually the only one she ever talks to.
Oh, really? Then you two are just like us. Paimon's always the one talking for some reason.
Hardly anything left for me to say if you're around Paimon.
So that's how you think it is?
I also think my brother can be too talkative at times.
I'm glad we agree.
Seems you were right, Paimon. We are quite similar.
So, what did Lynette mean just now when she said that the water is engulfing your memories? And that it won't be long before it engulfs you too?
I do like the sunset thing, but I hate how it keeps shining it over, especially with the water, the glare is like...
It's from a prophecy that's been circulating in Fontaine for some time now.
Feels like I'm outside.
Well, I suppose prophecy isn't exactly the right word, because that implies a certain amount of uncertainty. There's no doubt about what's happening in Fontaine now.
What is happening in Fontaine?
Where to begin?
At the start?
Let's put that question on hold for a moment. We still haven't formally greeted each other yet, have we?
Did all the introductions earlier not count?
Hello, traveler.
Hello, Liney.
And hello, Paimon.
Hey! Why didn't Paimon get a handshake? You're not poking fun at Paimon, are you?
Please, don't take offense. Just consider it a sort of etiquette we have here in Fontaine when making new friends. You should remember it. It might prove useful.
Oh, alright then. Well, Paimon's just happy to have a local friend now. By the way, we were just getting ready to go to the Opera House to meet the Hydro Archon. Would you be able to show us the way?
So you're going to see Lady Farina? No problem at all. In fact, I was planning to go to the Opera House later myself. I'll gladly take you once I finish things here. Please, follow me.
Follow him. Oh, it doesn't auto-walk me? Okay. Ching the same size? Yeah. They just took Kaching's rig and put a cattail on it. That works.
You said you were going to see Lady Farina? Well, it seems Lady Farina has come to see you.
Okay.
So, she's the Hydro Archon? But how did she know we were looking for her?
My dear people, rich and poor, those with cup in hand and those with nothing at all, raise your glasses in celebration. If you don't have one, then just raise your hand in lieu.
Huh.
As you can all see, 2 unfamiliar travelers have arrived in our nation. Come, let us make a toast in honor of this traveler and her companion who have journeyed here from distant lands.
I like her eyes. They're like the same, but different.
Is she talking about us?
Probably. Yeah, nobody's holding the glass.
I've heard of the turmoil and chaos you've left in your wake as you visited other nations. But I welcome you nevertheless. No, I have come to receive you personally. Fear is for insignificant cowards. I am a god, and I will never entertain the notion of such meaningless wariness. You can be rest assured, I see clearly your sincerity. Of course, seeking an audience with me is the most sensible thing to do. It will allow you to truly behold my power and witness my authority. Intelligent people always gather under the correct banner.
She's a little egotistical.
I, Focalor, hereby welcome you to the nation of Hydro and acknowledge the value and significance of your trip. Now, you may rejoice in this.
It's easy to find too.
I still can't believe it. Feels like we've only been here for a few minutes.
Yeah.
But the Hydro Archon's entrance was, how should Paimon describe it? A little over the top?
Just a tad.
Miss Hydro Archon? How did you know we were coming?
I see. As Outlanders, you inevitably lack even some of the most basic understanding. Don't forget that even the gods can be divided into the mediocre and the excellent. I suppose it's only natural for you to be awestruck by my abilities.
Maybe not a little egotistical, maybe a lot egotistical.
You had best stop and consider. Do you really have the noble qualities and etiquette necessary to communicate with a god? All it takes is a flick of my finger for me to know everything about you.
The guy that saw us at the caravan?
Whoa. Talk about sounding high and mighty.
Looks like she can't get over herself. That's what I'm thinking.
Oh? What's with these looks? Perhaps the welcoming ceremony still isn't enough? What else should I say then?
Is she waiting for us to start talking?
Wow, I didn't expect to see Lady Farina here. What a surprise!
Now she's just made it awkward.
Wait, does this mean they're the legendary blonde traveler? How did I not notice before?
Hey, what's all the commotion? Oh, is that Lady Farina? Is there some kind of drama going on?
Of course. That's the blonde traveler. The one all those stories are about. Lady Farina came here to personally see her. Oh, I bet this is going to be the duel of the century.
I'll give her a jewel.
Ooh, I've got to see this. I knew Lady Farina would never disappoint.
Yes, but don't get too excited now. My dear believers and spectators alike tend to get quite rowdy, and despite the noise, I've come to tolerate all their ruckus. You may consider this my reward to all of you. I have determined that there will be an epic duel between myself and this traveler from another land, just as you were hoping to see.
Now she wants to fight? Aren't we getting a little ahead of ourselves?
Fighting gods. I've got a resume.
Are you not afraid? Might I remind you that this is a duel against the divine?
I've fought enough gods and wannabe gods to not be afraid of gods.
What are you trying to do, traveler?
Provoking a god in front of her people?
He wanted to fight.
Stand down, Clorend. I admire her bravery. Few have the courage to draw their sword against a god. She is obviously a true warrior.
I like Chlorine. She has nice personality.
Unfortunately, people nowadays only crave to be thrilled, and a mere duel will not slake their thirst for excitement.
Oh, yeah, she's right. Just a duel wouldn't be all that interesting.
On Araneus, criminals are always requesting duels to defend their honor. They're getting a bit old, to tell the truth.
The duel to the death.
You see. Then, as the god of justice, I shall face this traveler in another kind of duel. A duel in court!
Whoa.
But what for?
All right! Now that'll be worth seeing!
Right. This is Fontaine, after all. It's such a grand opera house, it would be a pity not to use it.
Why do you care so much about the crowd's reactions? Seems you've spent a little too much time in the opera house.
Good one, Timon.
How exactly do you plan to have a duel in court? You mean you're going to put us on trial?
We haven't committed any crimes yet.
Oh, we have reason to put you on trial. It's obvious, isn't it?
Obvious.
According to Fontaine law, no one is permitted to release any flying objects within Fontaine city limits during the first 3 days of each month. You are clearly guilty of violating this law, no?
Well, it's the 17th, so...
Oh, so that's what they've done wrong. That's our Lady Farina. No one knows the laws of Fontaine like she does.
We did fly up to the dock. Our bad.
You call that obvious? What kind of law is that? Wait, flying object? You mean Paimon?
Oh, and we do have Paimon.
Precisely! Now, if you two have no objections, then in the name of the Hydro Archon, I order your arrest.
My apologies, Lady Farina. I don't mean to spoil the fun, but if you would allow me to interject, I don't think that Paimon here meets the definition of a flying object.
You tell her, Linny! Finally someone who's not crazy. How could anyone call Paimon a flying object?
Well, you are flying.
Ah, great magician Linny, my beloved citizen. I'll permit you to object, but how exactly do you plan to prove your claim?
As a magician who just rained on your parade, I naturally should shoulder the responsibility of saving the show. So, with such an audience gathered here, allow me to perform a trick for everyone.
She's my puppet. Good one.
What's that on Paimon's back? Hey, when did you do that?
Liney patted your back.
As you can all clearly see, Paimon should be classified as, well, something like a balloon. This rope has been in the traveler's hand all along. It was just that no one could see it before.
Huh? You call that magic? You've got to be joking.
I thought it was pretty good. Nice one.
Huh. I'm not sure what to think. It seems Lady Farina's charges no longer hold water.
Well.
Amusing. Very amusing, Linny. Just the sort of unexpected twist that I enjoy. With you here, today's performance can finally be called complete.
Performance? performance? You see all this as a performance?
In which case, consider the matter of your trial resolved. The god of justice will not bring charges against an innocent person. But when there are valid grounds, I will not only judge travelers from abroad, but even the gods of other lands.
Just don't judge the Raiden Shogun because she might cut your head off.
I look forward to seeing your upcoming performance at the Opera House, Mr. Linny and Miss Lynette. That's enough for now. Toodaloo!
That soulless husk of a robot. Cute cop uniforms. An interesting introduction.
She's gone! Well, that's the most unpredictable Archon Paimon's ever seen. We never even had a chance to ask her anything. But that's a problem for future Paimon. That whole scene just now was really...
Thanks for bailing us out.
Don't mention it. I just happened to remember that there was such a law, so I did a little preparation, just in case. I didn't think it would actually come in handy.
It was smart thinking.
So, now do you see what kind of god Lady Farina is?
Egotistical.
She can be a bit confusing at times, but she is still amenable to reason.
She really that reason.
Anyway, Paimon had no idea you were a magician, Linny. It sounded like you'll be performing at the Opera House, right?
I just know a few simple tricks I use to make a living. Lynette is my assistant. It will actually be my first time performing on the most prestigious stage in Fontaine, the Opera House.
But isn't the Opera House where criminal trials are held in Fontaine?
Seems like everything's held in Fontaine in the Opera House.
When there are no public trials being held, the Opera House hosts a variety of other performances. To the people of Fontaine, the line between a trial and a performance can be a little blurred. And speaking of performances, I would be remiss to forego this opportunity gifted by fate. Might I invite the two of you to see my performance?
My brother's always excited to make new friends.
Oh, sure. We don't really have anything to do now, and we wanted to go to the Opera House anyway.
I would be delighted.
Splendid. In that case, why don't we go together? I'll show you the way. I just have something to take care of first.
Is there anything I can help with?
You really mean it? Then I'll take you up on your offer. This is a magical item known as a magic pocket. Perhaps you can help me distribute them to the people here.
Magic pocket.
Huh?
Looks like a bag.
What are they going to use it for?
About that. You asked me before about the prophecy, right? Let me start by telling you a little more about what it entails. I'm not sure exactly when it began, but a prophecy has been circulating around Fontaine. It says that every person in Fontaine is born with sin. No matter how the nation of justice holds trial after trial, this sin cannot be absolved. Until one day, the water levels in Fontaine will rise, and the sinful people will slowly be drowned. In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
It's a bit dark.
That sounds pretty gloomy. Why are people in Fontaine born with sin? What is that supposed to mean?
There are lots of guesses. Some say that the ancestors of Fontaine stole the power of the seas and stirred its wrath. Others say that the people of Fontaine never heeded the first Hydro Archon's warnings and offended Celestia. But here in Fontaine, evidence is what matters. There hasn't been concrete evidence for any of these claims, so they can only be regarded as conjecture.
If even the people in Fontaine don't know what sin they committed, Wouldn't it be better just to ignore the prophecy completely? Why bother feeling guilty all the time?
True. Whatever happens, happens.
That's exactly what the people did at first. But in the last few years, the water levels in Fontaine have actually started rising.
Many places have already been completely submerged, and now lie beneath the sea.
That's why she was pointing out at the sea, saying that mountain over there.
Many people carry on with their lives as before and shrug it off as a natural phenomenon. But my family and I think that the people of Fontaine shouldn't ignore the possibility, which would end up sentencing them to death. We hope that at least the people who reside near the waterfront can move away before it's too late. So, we've started distributing magic pockets to them. As a magical item, these magic pockets have astonishing capacity. I'm sure they will come in handy when people are moving their belongings.
That'd be nice to have.
Oh, Paimon gets it! It's like preparing for a rainy day! But this is more than a bit of rain.
The prophecy is true, then there is no way to prevent it.
Perhaps only absolute power could ever contend with such a catastrophe. But who knows? We're just tiny specks in the grand scheme of things. Now, if you'd like to help, then please give these magic pockets to anyone nearby. Be sure to convince them to take it, regardless of what they say.
Yes. Give the people the magic pockets. I do like the nice waterfalls, right? But they're very loud.
So you're the blonde traveler that everyone's been talking about. My apologies for not recognizing you earlier.
It's okay. Have a magic pocket.
Oh, a magic pocket? Seems you really thought of everything. I guess it's better to prepare for the worst and hope for the best. Thanks. Please, also thank the magician on my behalf when you get the chance.
What's this? So you also believe in the prophecy. Keep it. I won't have any use for it.
What? You mean you don't believe in the prophecy?
No, I believe in the prophecy. But I also believe in another story. The story says that people once lived in the ocean. They were one with the ocean and couldn't live apart from it. But as time wore on, people desired to live on land and developed blood vessels, encapsulating the sea within their bodies. Thus could people set foot on land.
Interesting.
So, if you ask me, when the water rises and takes us all, it'll be like we're going home.
Oh, I haven't heard that one before. But people can't live underwater. They'll die. You should probably still take it.
All right, I'll take it. I guess I just feel that being dissolved into the water doesn't necessarily mean death.
Okay. Good luck with that. What's over here? Any fun stuff? Maybe run around? No chests or anything, just
Take it easy.
a little bit more architecture. Flower. Market. These robot stations, I guess, do remind me of Dishonored so much. Captain?
Huh? I don't want that thing. Way I see it, if the prophecy's true, it's still gonna be a long time before the water can cover everything. Life is all about living in the moment, What use is there in worrying about the future all the time? We'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
You should still take it. You never know when it'll come in handy.
Dude, I wouldn't care if I had a magic pocket for anything. Like a bag that could hold all my belongings. I would have it even if I was gonna live for the next 100 of years.
Oh, all right, fine. Thanks. It's just that if I start moving, that means I've already given up on the life I have now. I'd really rather not.
Before I talk to Liney, I need to pee. So I'll be back. Switch to your lawn so you don't look up her skirt, but I want to look up there. I'll be back in a few minutes.
I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again. Good roll. All right, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it. I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again.
Hello again. Alright, let's get to it.
Oh, you already handed out all of the magic pockets? That was fast. So, what did people have to say? I bet you heard some interesting opinions.
Why does he sound so... Now he sounds egotistical. Many are quite stubborn.
Yes, but that will change once disaster strikes. I know they'll change their minds, so it's only right to help them prepare.
Is there anything else you need to do before we leave?
Yes, one last thing. I have the magic pockets made by a workshop in the court of Fontaine. Since we're out and about, I was thinking about bringing him some more materials.
So, you want to collect materials? Just tell us what the materials look like and we'll help. Many hands make light work.
True.
Oh, that would be much appreciated. We'll need some Romaritime flowers. I remember seeing them near the waterfront on the east side of the harbor.
All right. Some flowers. We arrive in a strange land, and we're already doing collection quests.
We have to use Hydro to collect Romaritime flowers.
Like this. Good thing I have Yolande with me. I want another one. Just in case. No one here too. Might need them in the future.
You made quick work of that. I can tell you're an experienced traveler. I've also finished collecting a few here. Maybe next time you'll feel like helping too, Lynette.
No way. I'm power saving mode today. Otherwise, I fear I may not have any energy left for the performance at the Opera House.
Fine. Though the performance is still a long way off. Now that we're finished here, we should get ready to head back to the court of Fontaine.
No way.
So, we're going to the court of Fontaine before we head to the Opera House? Good. Paimon wants a tour of Fontaine's largest city and try...
I'm always in power saving mode, so I get it.
Wait, shh. Have you noticed that person over there? The young girl.
Nope, this is the first time I'm noticing her.
Huh? What's wrong with her? Paimon didn't notice anything.
She's obviously a thief. Magicians and thieves practice similar methods. We divert attention, and a distracted audience is one that won't discover what you're really doing. Watch her movements carefully.
You do be thieving.
Oh, he's right!
Shh, keep your voice down. We need to think of a way to catch her, but it seems she's very alert. Perhaps we should split up.
Let her thieve
You
us.
two can ride the lift over there and wait up top. I bet that'll be her escape route if she tries to run.
Understood.
All right, let's go.
Ride the lift. I was like, can I get in there? That's a nice dog. Can I pet the dog? Woof woof. Good doggy. It's a literal guard dog. A literal guard dog. Go to Romaritime Harbour upper level. What's Fontaine? That's a nice elevator. And it spins. I think if I was on this elevator in real life, I would probably be freaked out. Because it spins. But you know, the quality's nice. Got some windows that you can't really see out of because it's just a wall. No way you'd have windows when you just got a wall. I was sort of expecting, like, be able to see out the windows a little bit at least, but no, I guess not. Well, our first part of the map unlocked. Light just start flooding to the Statue of the Seven. Yes, that's what happens. I don't really here to read. Talking about water. Fontaine's Blessing. A mysterious power that flows from the statue to imbue you with blessing of the transoceanic source water. Your progress will remain unhindered so long as you are moving through the lake's fontaine. Under the protection of the transoceanic source water, what you expend while moving underwater is not stam, but aquatic stam. Okay. And you will not drown. Okay. Interesting. I think yeah, because of that I can now unlock this event. We'll worry about that later though, that's gonna be after stream content I think.
This is the spot where Linny wanted us to wait.
There she is.
Oh, look! Isn't that her?
Time to make the arrest.
Oh no! Did she notice us? She started running the other direction! What should we do? Should we chase her?
Our job is to block this path. The rest is up to Liney.
You're right. She might also be trying to lure us away. Nothing's happened for a while now. Paimon wonders if Linny caught the thief.
Go see.
Let's go.
After I collect this Oculus. A little bit scared getting on there. It looked like a boat. I mean, it's probably a boat. In some way. Adventurer, self-proclaimed. Book.
Are you sure that's all she took? You should check to make sure you're not missing anything else.
No, that was all. Oh, I can't thank you enough. I didn't notice a thing earlier. Anyway, I should be going now. Thanks again.
Oh, were you returning what the thief had stolen?
That's right. Pity I wasn't able to catch her. She distracted me by dropping the thing she stole on the ground. By the time I looked back, she was already gone.
Good distraction.
I saw the general direction she went, but Linny twisted his ankle, and I needed to make sure he was okay.
Classic.
Oh, did you get hurt, Linny?
I'll be all right. It's just a twisted ankle, that's all. In fact, it's feeling better already.
Just a twisted ankle.
If you want to play at being a hero, at least try not to get hurt doing it. Imagine what would happen if you managed to derail our performance as a result.
You're right, you're right. Sorry, Lynette. I have to admit that the thief was even more skilled than I had anticipated. But at least we were able to get the stolen items back, so it wasn't a complete failure.
What a slippery little thief. Guess things turned out all right in the end, though. Linny's initiative paid off.
All right, let's put this little detour behind us. We should go to the court of Fontaine now.
But not to be arrested. Right? Ride the aquabus. Not a boat, it's a bus.
So, we ride this thing to go into the city? What an ingenious way to get around. People in Fontaine really know how to use water.
This is an aquabus. It allows people to travel between several key locations around Fontaine. It's pretty convenient, but the ride can become a little dull after a while. The scenery is always the same. That's why it's better to travel with friends.
I get that.
You mean it's still boring even when I'm riding with you?
Oof.
No, that's not what I meant. It's just that, well, you don't really talk that much. Besides, it doesn't really feel like a real trip when it's just the two of us. It's the same as being at home.
Dude, Lynette's cold.
Whatever.
Guess that's what it's like to be an older brother.
It's about time for us to leave. Let's get on board.
But that would probably happen if you travel around with your sibling everywhere. I mean, my siblings and I didn't really talk when we were traveling places.
Oh, excuse me. Aren't you the great magician Linny and his assistant Lynette?
Hello. I don't believe we've...
Good cameraman.
I'm Charlotte, a reporter for the Steambird.
Charlotte.
Nice to meet you. From the Steambird, huh? We've often relied on your paper to promote our performances.
It's an honor to meet you.
Wait, could that be the legendary traveler who's been making headline after headline in their journey across Tibet?
I guess you could say that.
Amazing! You recognize everybody almost immediately!
I wouldn't be much of a reporter if I didn't know who's who, would I? Wow, today must be my day. Who knew I would end up on the same boat as so many VIPs? Could my vision finally be showing me some favor?
So I guess it's okay to call it a boat. Because I called it a boat, and then she called it a boat.
So, Charlotte, what do you usually report on?
The game was like, you waited too long, I'm just gonna continue.
Well, when there isn't any breaking news, I mainly cover the trials at the Opera House. You could still manage to keep readers' attention as long as you tell things from a clever enough angle, even if it's the same old topics. For example, reporting on how a scammer once deceived vulnerable girls into relationships, or how a financial criminal was once so poor that they ate a single piece of bread for 5 days.
Would definitely get my
That's fine
attention.
and all, but what I'm really after is exclusive, sensational news pieces that could shake the country. These smaller stories are a waste of my talents. Oh, I just remembered. I've been following a case lately. Well, a series of cases, actually. You mean the serial disappearances of young women case?
Okay.
That's right. These stories are the talk of the town right now, and it's probably the most mysterious case we've ever seen.
I wonder if this is a camera. It looks like a camera, but it could also be like a notebook, but it's cute.
If I'm the first with a draft ready to publish when the case is finally cracked, and it's the headline story in the Steambird.
Even though I don't have auto on, if I just leave it, because we're moving, game's like,
When that
time to go.
happens, I bet all the other reporters will shed tears of envy. I've already gathered all kinds of materials. I just can't wait for the truth to be revealed.
So, what is the serial disappearances of young women case? You mean the culprit hasn't been found?
That's right. The first missing girl case happened almost 20 years ago. And ever since, after a period of time, another girl disappears. What the cases have in common is that the girls are all of a similar age, and that they've all vanished without a trace.
That is interesting.
But the scariest part is that to this day, none of the girls have ever been found. Many suspects have been arrested over the years in connection with this case, but shortly after each arrest, another disappearance would always happen.
Maybe the Hydro Archon's eaten them. There must be more than one criminal.
Yes, it's possible. But either way, I believe that every case has some precise truth behind it, waiting to be exposed.
Yes, I agree. And at the very least, the family of those missing girls deserves some sort of explanation. I just imagined for a second what I would do if Lynette were to suddenly disappear. I'd pay any price to get her back, and then find a way to track down the culprit.
Surprised she hasn't disappeared. She's a cat girl after
Please
all.
don't imagine that, Lenny.
A lot of people out there want a cat girl, you know.
Hey, we're almost there. Look.
Yeah, this is just Charlene. More watery Charlene. I like it. Didn't look like we were slowing down there, it just rams in.
Enjoyed chatting with you. Life should be full of pleasant little surprises like this.
Yeah, us as well. The ride went by too quickly.
I have an interview to get to. I should get going before I'm late.
Okay. Paimon hopes we can chat again soon, Charlotte. See ya.
Bye, Charlotte.
Bye now. Oh, be sure to stop by and see me at the Steambird when you have time.
What a tough job. Always running around and interviewing everyone. Well, where should we go now?
To the opera house.
If you don't mind, how about we stop by my home first? Besides, I still have all the materials we collected.
I guess we'll stop by his house
Sure,
first.
we wouldn't mind at all. This city is so huge, Paimon wouldn't know where to start anyway.
Now it just feels like an Aether, right? So how much of the city is explorable is the real question, because if it all is, that's a lot. I haven't even unlocked the waypoint, so I can't even see the map. But this is just an Aetherite. It's like, yeah, that's an Aetherite. Guess we'll just follow the quest for now. Next shot. Children. Ugh. Children in the streets. Justin.
This is our current abode. Ah, Fremine, you're home. Where did everyone else go? I have some new friends that I would like to introduce.
Oh, they all just went out a moment ago.
I see. Everyone is getting busier now that Father will be returning soon. I suppose that can't be helped.
Father.
Allow me to introduce you to my little brother, Fremine. He is a phenomenal diver.
Hello, Fremine.
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. Oh, you sound very proud to have a diver as a brother, Linny.
Linny sure seems to have a big family.
Linny, could you come here for a moment?
They're probably all orphans.
Hmm? What is it, Fremine? Do you have something to tell me?
Go ahead.
Okay, I see.
Is everything all right?
Stop trying to eavesdrop, Paimon.
Oh, it's nothing. We were just discussing a little housework. Sorry for the interruption. Oh, before I forget, the Traveler and I collected more materials to make magic pockets. Were you able to get any, Fremine?
Yes, I went diving and gathered lots of materials. I was about to give them to you.
That's our Fremine, always quick with the underwater work. All right, I'll take these to the workshop.
He sounds very excited. He's like how I feel.
Looks like rain.
Yes.
Oh, you're right. But wasn't it clear and sunny just a moment ago? Fontaine's weather sure is weird.
I'm afraid that's just how it is here. It often rains on days where there are trials being held in the Opera House, but don't worry, it'll clear up soon enough.
See.
What's wrong, Fremine?
There's a legend about the rain that I tend to believe. It's said that a dragon of water once resided in Fontaine. Though we don't know where the dragon went, every time it weeps, the skies will cloud up and pour out rain.
It makes sense. There are dragons within the realm of Genshin Impact.
When I was a child, my mother told me that if I wanted to go outside and play, I should yell toward the sky at the top of my lungs. Hydro Dragon! Hydro Dragon! Don't cry!
Another one of the elemental dragons of Tibet.
If it's an elemental dragon, then having the power to make it rain wouldn't be very unusual. Let Paimon try something. Hydro Dragon, don't cry!
Doesn't seem to be of any use. It is just a legend after all.
Yep.
You know, you might be a more popular magician if you understood the concept of romanticism. Or at least play along.
Sorry, it might be because we've never met the Hydro Dragon. Perhaps it can't be comforted by the words of strangers.
After some time, the rain stops. It's
It
night.
rained for longer than I suspected. Oh, it's already getting late.
Why were we just standing outside in the rain, though?
Was there something you needed to do, Linny?
Yeah, some preparations for the show at the Opera House. I need to find a way to catch the last aqua bus of the day. On the day of the performance, just ride the aqua bus to the island of Arrhenius. I'll have Lynette meet you at the fountain in front of the Opera House.
See you there.
Are you leaving now?
What is it, Fremine? I'm in a hurry. Oh, I get it. You feel nervous delivering the materials for the magic pockets, is that it? Perhaps we could trouble the Traveler to help us take these materials to the Beaumont workshop and deliver them to the owner there?
I don't know where that is, but I'm sure I can find it.
I'm afraid that Fremine can be quite introverted, and the boss there tends to be pretty talkative. Fremine has always been a little afraid of her.
Yeah.
No trouble at all. Don't worry, we're on the case.
Sorry for the inconvenience. I'm quite useless when it comes to such tasks. I'll think of a way to make it up to you.
Oh, no need. This will be a walk in the park for us.
Walk in the park. A walk in the city.
Thanks again, you two. I really can't deal with that lady.
Damn. It's funny, like, the quest didn't really give me directions on where to go, but it's a good thing it marks it on the map. Elsewise, I'd be just running around the city looking for a place. Quest is just like, no, you don't need to know where to go. Okay, so the waypoint is up there.
Hello? Is there anyone here?
Oh, hello there. New customers? Looking to buy, or do you need something made? Or perhaps you're just looking for a chat with me.
Oh no, we're just here to deliver some materials. Here they are. They're for making... what were they called again?
Magic pocket.
Ah, these must be for magic pockets. I could tell right away. I've already made several orders worth now.
Do we need to pay?
No, no need. They've already prepaid several batches worth. When they told me what they'd
Handy.
be using them for, I even offered them a discount. But they insisted on paying the full amount, saying that I had a business to run. It seems both their hearts and their pockets are made of gold.
Whoa. So, is Linny actually loaded?
Paimon's interested now.
I can't say for sure, but who knows? Maybe there's good money to be made being a magician in Fontaine.
Hey! Is this machine what you use to make stuff here? It looks really advanced.
Why use your hands when a machine can do the work? It would be a waste not to use the latest technology, and wasting is a kind of crime.
That's what I've been saying for 10 years.
But where does a big machine like that get its power from?
Well, it's a little complicated. I'm not sure I can put it in layman's terms for you. But basically, everything we usually use here in the city is powered by indemnitium. It's a type of energy that's produced from trials.
Indemnitium.
Huh? How can trials produce energy?
It is interesting.
Well, I'm not completely sure of all the details myself, but basically, when a trial is in session, the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale harvests people's belief in justice and converts it into energy to be used all around Fontaine.
Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale. I think I got that right. Not easy to say.
So that's what its other function is? Paimon heard that the Oratrice was created by the Archon to make judgments.
Paimon's just like, screw the accent, Oratrice.
But Paimon still doesn't get it. How could something unreliable like people's beliefs be turned into a stable power source for these machines?
Gods rely on belief to obtain power.
Oh, yeah! So that means the Hydro Archon relies on the machine to take the energy created by belief and turn it into power for all of Fontaine, right?
Even though I've never heard anyone really put it that way before, it sounds like it makes sense.
Does.
Besides indemnitium, we have another type of energy called pneumosia.
Pneumosia.
It isn't produced by the power of the Archon, but it is unstable by nature. Even now, it still cannot be widely used by civilians.
I thought I'd find you hard at work, but here you are chatting the day away. Since you're already talking, I'm sure you wouldn't mind a few words with me.
This guy sounds like a bad guy.
You again? Didn't I already promise you that I'd have the more I owe to Confrérie of Cabriere by next month? Why are you hounding me now?
He's a dickly.
Yeah, but how do we know that you won't go running off by the end of this month? I want 50% today. Wait, no, 70%.
Huh? You...
Seems business isn't so great for the workshop. We've already finished our job and delivered the materials. Maybe now's a good time to leave?
Sounds like the usual case of someone owing somebody else money.
Hey, hold on! Before you go around trying to collect payments, why don't you settle your own debts first?
It's him. Child, he's here.
If Confrérie of Cabriere wants to poach clients from Northland Bank, that's fine. But I'm afraid you still owe the bank a hefty sum of mora. So why don't we work things out between us first, before you get back to your little conversation here?
I knew he'd be here because I watched the like live stream that they did for this patch. Because I was up at that time and I saw it on Twitch. I was like, might as well. As soon as Child appeared on screen though, everyone just like cheered so hard. The crowd went wild. It was crazy.
You're from Northland Bank. But we said we'll pay everything we owe next month. Why are you hounding me now?
But chat was in a shambles.
Traveler, Paimon! I didn't think I'd run into you here in Fontaine. What are the chances?
Slim, I'd say.
We're surprised to see you too. What are you doing here in Fontaine? You didn't want to stay in Snezhnaya?
But I guess with Ignora dead, you're probably the next best thing to send around, aren't you? Seem to have run in a lot of friends today.
Long story short, I've already been in Fontaine for some time now, and honestly, things have been pretty boring. But it seems that fate brought our paths together today. Not only will I have some good friends here now, but ones who always seem to find trouble. Either way you look at it, it seems things are going to get a lot more interesting now.
Probably.
Pretty sure we'd want to avoid anything that you'd find interesting. Besides, our trip here has gone pretty well so far. Right, Traveler?
I don't mind a little bit of excitement.
Hey, you, Northland Bank boy. Aren't you forgetting something?
Don't interrupt. It's not often I run into the Traveler like this. Why don't you wait for me over there for a while?
You kidding? Aren't you the one looking for us? You really expect us to sit and twiddle our thumbs while you catch up with your friends?
Yes.
Listen to me, boy. If you want Chamora, fine. Why don't you come and take it?
Hey, I just said not to interrupt. Oh, by the way, Traveler, the last time I took Tonya and Tusser ice fishing, Tusser said,
"Hey, that's way over the line." All right, boys, let's see who has to pay up now.
Shit.
Can you at least let me finish one sentence? Fine. Though the bank told me not to get rough with our clients. You're the ones who started it. This is an act of self-defense. You two will have to be my witnesses, okay?
Okay.
I'm sure this won't take long.
I'm gonna fight with myself as him, but
brace yourself. This is gonna hurt.
I like how you just leave the other person's body.
How are you so strong if you're just a staffer from Snezhnaya's Northland Bank? Wait, don't tell me you're...
He is a Fertility Harbinger.
Oh, now you notice. It's a little late, don't you think? Just make sure you understand that you don't mess with Northland Bank. Got it? Huh?
Now's my chance!
I was gonna say, probably still not gonna do much. Feeling alright.
I'm not sure. It's as if I suddenly lost control of my hydro powers when I needed them. Maybe there's something wrong with my vision?
Strange. How could that happen? First time Paimon's ever heard of someone losing control of their vision.
Never mind. It doesn't matter. If I want to stay sharp, I shouldn't be relying too much on my vision anyway. Besides, I always have my delusion in case I need it.
Be not use your delusion too often.
So what are you doing in Fontaine, child? I don't see its work for Northland Bank.
Well, I guess it's because I've been in a bad mood lately.
Huh? What kind of reason is that? Wait, since when do you feel down about anything?
I don't know. Maybe I still have a lot to learn about myself. But recently, there seems to be some sort of restless power stirring inside of me. And I don't know why, but every now and then I feel like I'm in a terrible mood.
Okay.
Maybe you losing control of your vision just now is connected with that power you're feeling inside.
That is a possibility.
So about this power, do you have any idea where it came from?
I can't remember if I ever mentioned it before, but when I was 14, I fell into some unknown abyss. It was during that time I learned nearly all of my abilities. The one who took me under her wing and taught me was named Skirk.
Skirk.
She was always quiet and very mysterious. Nobody knew where she came from or what she had been through, and she was always very strict when teaching me combat techniques. One time, I asked her why she was willing to take me on as an apprentice. From what I could make of her answer, it was because I had awakened it, and traces of it remained on me. She said that all my combat training would be useful in the future.
But what is it? What did you awaken?
It.
She never explained that. But my guess is that it's related to a dream I saw when I had just fallen into that abyss. In my dream, I was in the deepest depths of the sea, and the boundless seabed was all around me. But in front of me appeared a whale that was so massive, I felt like I couldn't breathe.
A whale? Oh, that sounds familiar! When we fought against you before, you summoned a huge whale that seemed to leap at us. Is that the one?
He did do that.
That's just an abstract form of a whale that I create using my elemental powers. It takes that shape because the scene I dreamt of the whale has always been stuck in my mind. I'll never forget it.
So you used the whale as inspiration for one of your moves? Huh. Seems a little twisted to Paimon.
Very possible that the power inside you is connected to your incident in the abyss.
So why don't you just go ask your master? Maybe she knows the answer.
Probably did.
You make it sound so easy. Ever since the incident I experienced there, I've never stopped searching for Master Skirk and that unknown abyss. But it's been years now, and I've still found nothing. There isn't even a trace of the place where I remember falling into the abyss.
Oh, it sounds like some kind of ghost story.
Yeah, I'm out of leads at this point, but there's nothing more I can do. It seems that strange encounters in this world tend to be elusive like that. Oh, seems the time really flies when I'm talking with you. I just remembered I have somewhere else I need to be, so I should get going.
What? More work for the Northland Bank?
No, it's more of a personal appointment. Lately, I've been sparring with some of Fontaine's official champion duelists whenever I'm feeling bored.
Official champion duelists? You mean it's their job to duel?
Yep, in Fontaine, before a criminal goes to court, they're given one chance to defend their honor by requesting a duel with an official champion duelist. The champion duelists are all powerful fighters selected from among the nation's best, and the duel itself is a no-holds-barred fight with no specified stopping point.
Okay.
So engaging in such a duel is regarded as a symbol of defending your honor. If a criminal manages to win the duel, they'll be acquitted. But if they lose, they'll have no choice but to stand trial. And the worst-case scenario is that you're simply killed in the duel.
Happens.
Though it's rumored that Fontaine has a death penalty, from what I can tell, no one has ever been officially sentenced to death. So really, the only people who opt to duel are those who have suffered a grave injustice in being accused, or those who greatly value their honor. Otherwise, why gamble with your life?
True.
So, do many people actually get out of their trials by winning the duel?
Apparently, it's exceedingly rare for anyone to actually win. Fontaine probably enacted this system as a way to show that the nation respects the honor of its citizens. Besides, none of the champion duelists are to be trifled with, which is exactly why I was itching to face them as soon as I got to Fontaine. Apparently, the one I'm meeting today, Clorinde, is the strongest of the champion duelists. I've
Clorinde.
been asking her for some time before she finally agreed to face me today.
He does seem pretty strong. You know what I'm saying.
Well, that's child for ya. Paimon feels like we heard that name somewhere before. Clorinde.
When we meet the Hydro Archon.
Oh, before I forget, I want you to have this.
Huh? Your vision? You're seriously just giving it away?
I'm just worried that it could become uncontrollable again. I'd be pretty upset if it got in the way of my duel, so I think I'll be better off without it for now. Besides, I just need you to hold on to it for a short while. I'll come retrieve it when I have some time later.
Paimon knows what you're up to. You just want an excuse to come talk to us again, don't you?
Whatever gave you that idea? I'll be in touch later.
Sure.
That sneaky guy. He said he's been feeling down lately, but he seemed the same as ever to Paimon. Well, seems we don't have much to do for now. We might as well walk around and see the city before Lenny's performance. Wow! Who could have seen that coming? most of the story was the murderer all along!
Rude to spoil the mystery for everyone else.
Sorry. Paimon was just surprised, that's all. Whew. Paimon never saw that twist coming. The murder mystery novels here are amazing!
Thought I'd see the day when Paimon would enjoy reading.
The whodunits here in Fontaine are a lot different than the light novels you see from Yai Publishing House. Both have their merits, but Paimon thinks this style of novels are more, well, novel. It's so exciting to reach the moment when the mystery is uncovered, especially in the one Paimon was just reading. You should buy a copy and read it too.
You already spoiled it.
Oh, sorry about that. Paimon will be more careful next time. Hey, shouldn't we be heading to the Opera House to see Linny's performance soon? It's almost time for the show to start, so we should get going.
No point reading something when I already know the answer.
Yes, so let's go ride the aqua bus.
Or the conclusion, rather, not the answer. What, this was going to be the Adventurers Guild? Standing there, I'm like, this? No. It's a nice city. I do wonder if I can get up there. Find out, I guess. I guess the map looks small compared to, like, the mirror, right? But because of the underwater aspect, maybe it will be more. Because the exploration could also take place in the water. I feel I need to go toilet again. Very hydrated today. Look at this cute robot. So I'll be back. Hello. A little bit hot. Alright, where am I going? This way? Okay, I'll go this way. A little bit hot with the hoodie on, so. Now it might be too cold, but we'll see. It'll be fine for a little bit, hopefully. Like the music. Nice. Whoa. Kinda gives me some BioShock vibes, actually. What is this? What in the hell? Like, Fontaine gives me BioShock vibes, which I guess makes sense considering it's the Water Nation. Elevator. Let's see. Well, we're gonna go to Nevia Lane, it says that, but you know, if the elevator's gonna stay with me, I just want to check them all. Okay, so this is the boat place, so that's where we arrived, I guess.
Welcome to the court of Fontaine. Please watch your
Bye. Yeah, right here. Oh, we're gonna wait for the thingo. What about floor 4? Does that get us the waypoint? Yes. Go grab it. These little police ladies remind me of the one that you have in Honkai Impact. I don't play Honkai Impact, but I have seen it. Man, this city looks crazy on the map. Holy. What if I give it my 2 oculi? I don't really want to pick up any side quests or anything just yet. You know, I still haven't completed a lot of the other quests, so maybe we'll just leave them. I wouldn't mind being able to complete the 4.0 story relatively quickly, so I can actually just focus on side stories from now on if I actually play. Jump on. How do you do? When does the... Immediately. Okay.
Welcome to the Navia line. I am Elfan. The boat
Hello,
will be
Elfan.
departing imminently. Please do not stick your head, hands, or other body parts outside the boat. The Aquabus operator is not responsible for any accidents or injuries resulting from doing so.
All right.
Also, please remember to buy the Steambird, though I don't read it myself.
Yeah.
The destination of the current tour is Erinias. Points of interest worth visiting include the Fountain of Lucine
That's
and
interesting.
the Opera Epiclese. If you look to the left in the direction we are currently traveling, you will see the famous Fontaine Research Institute up in the sky. An experiment gone wrong turned new sightseeing opportunity. Human ingenuity truly is a wondrous thing.
I'm more interested in that. Well, bird. There's a shrine over there. I wonder if I can make a mark just on the off chance that it's in the right place. Basically, I like to mark down my shrines. There's also one way over there, but that's...
We are now approaching our final destination. Please be sure to bring all your personal belongings with you as you disembark.
Will do.
Even though I will take any forgotten items to the lost and found, the paperwork is rather annoying, as Melusine hands are not suitable for grasping pens.
Melusine, that's what they
Please be careful
are.
when disembarking. It has been my honor to be your tour guide this trip. Thank you.
Thanks, Alphine. I'll be respectful. I will disembark like a normal person would. Wait. You know, just sort of the vibe of the zone right now gives me a little bit of Grizzly Hills from Wrath of the Lich King. It's like Charlene and Grizzly Hills combined. Pretty nice. What's this? Okay. Alright then. Down there is new boss. Dialogue choices selected determine the challenge and the... Okay. I'm gonna take the scenic route. Even though I, you know, took that thing up there and stuff. Take the scenic route. I don't want to do too much exploration on stream probably, but I'd mainly just go through the MSQ. But you know, seeing the sights a little bit. Worth. Another Oculus there. The Oculus when you first arrive in a new zone are so free. Feels good. But then you forget which ones you have and which ones you don't have. Dog. Not gonna follow me. Sometimes the dogs like to follow. This is a nice walkway though. It feels almost too nice. You know? Like, Walkway is too peaceful. Got another guard dog here. I like the guard dogs. They're just literally guard poodles.
Seems like the stories here never have a happy ending.
That? Nice.
Now this is fancy! The Opera FFXIV. What a place to hold a performance! No wonder Linny and Lynette were looking forward to it. Huh. Looks like there's a lot of people standing around the fountain up ahead.
Oh, Archon, please bless us with a bright and healthy child. We pray.
I don't know why you always feel the need to ask so much. I'll be happy as long as our child is healthy and lives a peaceful life.
I guess if they're our kid, then there's no doubt they'll turn out smart.
Maybe this is one of the customs in Fontaine. There sure are a lot of couples here.
Vache.
Huh? Like I said, huh?
Vache. Vache.
Did you say something?
No, Paimon didn't say anything. Are you hearing things?
I think so.
Welcome to the Fountain of Lucine. All the water flowing through Fontaine converges here. It's customary for newlyweds to come here and wish for children.
Lynette! You scared Paimon! When did you get here?
When he asked me to wait here for you, remember?
Sort of.
Right.
By the way, Lynette, I seem to hear a faint voice just now.
What do you mean? There are a lot of people here right now.
As if voice was coming from the fountain.
Hey, you're not trying to scare Paimon, are you? Besides, it's the middle of the day. It's not the time for eerie things.
Going mad.
I see. I might be able to tell you something that could help explain the voice you heard. In fact, you might not be imagining things at all. I suspect that what you heard is a result of your hypersensitivity to the hydro element. Others in my family have had similar experiences.
Okay. Sorry. Hit the yawn. I'm not feeling great today, I don't think. Like, I'm not tired, but it's hard to explain. I just feel exhausted without being tired. Even though I felt like I slept well last night.
It's because of her sensitivity to the hydro element? But what would hearing a voice have to do with elemental power?
When do you cry, Paimon?
Wait, what? What does that have to do with anything?
Depending on how I feel in an hour, which probably when I'll stop doing this and go on to Final Fantasy, I might just not stream Final Fantasy. Hell.
Just answer me. When do you cry?
When Paimon's really sad? Oh, and when Paimon's super happy. Oh, and also when Paimon's really, really scared.
Then you should understand that tears contain your most intense emotions. Like I just mentioned, the Fountain of Lucine is where all the flowing water in Fontaine converges. Even the tears that fall to the ground will eventually gather here. So maybe what you heard was the intense emotion coming from someone's tears.
An interesting explanation. Not sure whether I buy it though.
What did the voice say?
Seem to be calling out someone's name.
If you were hearing their emotions, then Paimon wonders what happened to them.
Vache.
Rather than worrying about them, we should worry about my brother first. Don't let that calm look of his fool you. He tends to get pretty nervous just before a performance. So chatting with Linny might help him relax a little before he goes on stage.
Bye.
Oh, right. That makes sense. Let's go in and see Linny.
I mean, it hasn't been the most exciting MSQ right now, so I'm not gonna lie. But that's not why I'm yawning. It's the start of the zone. They're pretty mellow at the start. It's like any other expansion to a video game, right? Things don't start off crazy, but hopefully there's some excitement to come.
Honestly, I'm not a big fan of opera.
You're not a big fan of opera?
Welcome to the Opera Epiclese.
Verena hasn't changed one bit.
I don't know if you should be saying that.
Ah, Traveler and Paimon. Good to see you. I knew you two would come.
Are you kidding? We wouldn't miss it for the world. We've been looking forward to it.
I can tell, judging by how early you've arrived. But you're actually right on time. The audience still hasn't started entering the venue yet, which means now is the perfect chance for us to take you to the best seats in the house. Wait just a moment, I'll fetch the tickets.
Easy.
The Opera House has assigned seating, so you always have to make reservations. I've already reserved your seats, and here are your tickets.
Ooh, front row seats! Thanks, Linny!
Don't mention it. There's no need to keep thanking me.
I think there'll be ads in a moment, you know, right before the show.
Hey, Linny! Could you come over here and take a look at this?
Oh, I'll be right there. Seems there's an issue with the stage props over there. That's Cal, my assistant, calling me. I'll go lend him a hand.
Get busy.
Yeah, we'll just go to our seats. You go ahead, Linny.
Hopefully the ads line up in a way that doesn't interrupt any entertaining parts. Well, this is a big place, and there's more up there, I'm assuming. Sat in the seat beside us.
Oh, these should be our seats. Come on, let's sit down.
You're not even sitting, Paimon. Awkward.
Hey, traveler. Maybe we should strike up a conversation with the person next to us. Since we're sitting together and the rest of the place is practically empty still. It's kinda awkward if we don't say anything.
Isn't that usually your job?
You little... Of course you put this on Paimon.
Excuse me, I did not realize you felt awkward. I am terribly sorry.
Oh, he's a Giga Chad.
I would be perfectly happy to chat with you if that is what you would like.
Oh, so you heard all of that, did ya? Boy, you sure have good ears. Paimon thought she was keeping her voice down.
Please, Paimon, you can't keep your voice down.
Wait, that's not it. Paimon's sorry. Paimon's the one who was being rude, talking under her breath like that. So let's talk, but, what should we talk about? Oh, Paimon's got it. You're also here early and sitting in the front. Are you a friend of Linny's too?
A friend, you say? Well, if Mr. Linny would like to be my friend, I would be more than happy to reciprocate.
Oh, so you're not friends with Linny then? Oh, this is getting more awkward by the second. Paimon nearly forgot to make her introduction. Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in Fontaine.
It's a little bit awkward.
It is an honor to meet you two. I have heard of your deeds across Tevat. And as required by proper etiquette, I will also introduce myself. I am...
Oh, Monsieur Nervillet. What an honor it is to have you here to see my show.
Wow, just interrupt him.
Ah, Mr. Linny. I should say it is in fact an honor for me to see your performance in person.
Wait, Nervillet? Could he be...
I saw you all chatting just now, but it seems you still don't know who Monsieur Nervillet is. Allow me to introduce you to Fontaine's Chief Justice. That seat is always reserved for him. It wouldn't be too much to say that he's the symbol of justice and honesty here in Fontaine.
This is his seat.
Whoa! Sorry for being so rude just now. Paimon had no idea you were such an important person.
No offense taken. Being Chief Justice is merely what I do for work. Nearly every person has their usual reserved seat, so I'm not so special, really. And by the way, I should probably let you know, even though I would prefer not to, there's someone sitting up there in the VIP seats that has been striking a pose for quite a while now.
I know her.
I believe she is trying to give you a most elegant and impressive first impression.
We already had a first impression.
So I think you should take notice of her sooner rather than later. Otherwise, she may become flustered.
Huh? Oh, it's Farina, the Hydro Archon. Huh. She sure has a smug and satisfied look on her face. Guess she has no idea that you saw right through her act.
Very good. That is for the best. No need to pay her any more attention. We may now enjoy the show.
Okay.
Huh? So is this what things are like between the Chief Justice and the Hydro Archon?
All right, please wait just a moment longer. I've pretty much finished my preparations, and the performance will start as soon as the audience has made their way to their seats.
I wonder if everyone that walks in has to look at the Hydro Archon.
Yay! The show's finally about to start! Paimon can hardly wait! Paimon's never seen a real live magic show before! Ooh! They're dimming the lights! The show must be starting!
Thought we were going to get a cutscene, so I had a drink, you know?
Sorry. Paimon will try to stay quiet.
Yes.
Welcome, one and all, to the Opera FFXIV. I am the star of today's show, Linny. And over here is my sister, Lynette, who will be working as my wonderful assistant. Please, let's give her a warm welcome.
Hello, everyone.
Doing power saving mode.
I know she may seem to be a little sleepy right now, but that's just a sign that she's nervous.
Whatever.
And she's a cat girl, so they're always...
Now, some of you may be thinking, two vision holders who can freely manipulate elemental powers performing magic is not true magic at all. So, I would like to take a moment to assure you that elemental powers will have nothing to do with what you will witness on the stage today. Both Lynette and myself have removed our visions for the show. That way, even the gods won't be able to help us.
Oh, good point. That's what makes the show real magic.
Now, without further ado, let the show begin. Lynette will now exit the stage to make some preparations. I know you might miss her, but don't worry. She'll be coming right back on stage momentarily. Perhaps in an unexpected way. I'm sure she'll be stealing the spotlight soon enough. Oh, and before I forget, there's one more thing I should say. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye.
Don't blink?
A magician's greatest skill is making things disappear or appear. The possibilities are endless.
Whoa.
Huh?
Bird.
But this isn't what you came for. These little tricks, you've seen them all before. So it's time for something truly extraordinary, don't you think? This one's a little tricky. Using this water tank, I shall make my sister vanish completely, right before your very eyes. It's actually quite simple. She'll just turn into air bubbles and float right out of the top. Oh no! I told them to check all the props carefully. With the lid on, even air can't escape. An amateur magician would be getting very nervous right around now. Luckily, it's me on stage, so let me show you what a true virtuoso can do.
Okay.
Lynette, are you still there? Don't go too far. We don't want to use up all our magic.
Hi, I'm back.
Uh-huh.
She got new clothes. I never like clapping. Even when I see something awesome, doing this always feels weird.
What in the world just happened? How did he do that? Paimon didn't see him do anything. Wasn't Lynette inside the water tank? How did she disappear and then reappear out of nowhere?
What a show.
If we could see easily through his tricks, then that would mean that his skills are still lacking. To appreciate magic, you should focus on the show happening on stage, rather than getting caught up in trying to see that which has been intentionally hidden.
True.
Guess you're right. Paimon couldn't believe her eyes when Lynette reappeared. Amazing.
It is always the thing. When I watch a magician do something, you know, no matter what it is, like card tricks, something like that, I don't care about the how. I'm just there for the show. So many people get caught up with the how and they're just looking... They're looking for the mechanism or whatever. It's like, eh.
Thank you everyone. I'm glad you enjoyed that performance. But our magical journey has only just begun. I've prepared even more astonishing surprises for everyone here. The magic of transformation and disappearance can go far beyond what you've just seen.
It's cat in a hat.
I'm sure many of you are thinking that escaping the water tank was impressive enough, but Lynette is still my assistant after all. In which case, I have ample time to make all necessary preparations. So, for my next trick, I will require the participation of one lucky audience member.
Am I lucky?
Please, if my assistants could bring out the magical boxes now. There are 2 boxes and only 2 boxes. One is here and one is there in the aisle among the audience. I'm sure many of our clever audience members have already guessed our next magic trick. A swap. Our lucky audience member and I will each enter a magic box. After 1 minute, we will each emerge from the opposite box. Now please, everyone pay very close attention to the box you see here. Don't give me any chance to make a move.
Wow, how's he gonna do this? Hey, do you think this is all magic tricks, or does Lenny have actual superpowers?
Watch and see.
The lucky audience member will be generated by this random number selector. It selects numbers entirely at random. Even I don't know who will be chosen to participate. Now then, let's begin. Let me see. Oh, row 7, seat 3. Congratulations! You now have the chance to experience magic firsthand for an entire minute. Please, come forward. My assistant will take you beside the magic box.
That seat looked very, like, poor. You know, couldn't see anything.
It might be a little cramped inside, but no need to feel nervous. We've carefully arranged everything for you to be as comfortable as possible. You don't need to do anything, but no matter what strange things may happen, don't come out of the box. If the magic is interrupted, who knows where you might end up? You might even find yourself in the Fortress of Meropide.
Oh, okay.
All right. Before I enter the magic box, there is one more thing I need to ask the audience to do. Could you all give me a countdown? Like this. 60, 59, 58. Just keep counting down. You can go a little faster or slower if you like. I won't be able to see anything in the pitch-black box, so I'll be relying on your voices to know when time is up. Oh, and no tricks now. If you quickly count from 60 in just 30 seconds, then I'll be in a tough spot.
Ooh! Paimon kinda wants to count faster after hearing you say that!
Sure, Lenny's prepared.
No, that won't do. I can see it in your eyes. You still can't be trusted. Let's practice together. Come on, repeat after me.
Alright, practice.
60,
59,
59,
58.
60! 59! 58!
That's right, perfect. Keep it going. All right, I'll see you all on the other side once you've finished counting.
54? 53? 52? Why aren't you counting, Nervalet?
I am counting in my head. I think things are exciting enough in here as it is.
I love that response. That's basically me. Yeah, I'm counting him, mate.
Merely a consequence of my identity and personality. Do not worry about me. Just enjoy the show.
Oh, alright. You look so serious that Paimon thought you might be feeling uncomfortable or something.
40! 39! 38! Mr. Lenny, are you all right in there? Is everything ready?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm just double-checking the direction of the magic. It would be a disaster if we get sent to the wrong places. For example, mid-air right above the audience.
Even though he's saying that, Lenny doesn't seem nervous at all.
I think it's all part of the show.
What was that noise? Did you hear it too?
Maybe it was just to divert our
Not
attention.
sure. Anyway, it doesn't seem like anyone's worried about it.
25! 24! 23! What's wrong, Mr. Lenny? I can still hear you moving in there.
I seem to have accidentally knocked over a decoration. I'm trying to fix it, but it's pitch black in here. I can't tell left from right.
Never mind the decorations. There's no time for that. The show is what's important.
No, that's unacceptable. I want my show to be perfect. Don't worry, we still have 20 seconds. Hear them counting?
19! 18! 17!
It seems things aren't quite going as planned. I apologize, everyone. It feels like you're all starting to count faster, but that's all right. I know it can be tiring to do such a long countdown. 10 seconds and change is still plenty of time.
10!
Almost there now. Whew. Swapping two people is harder work than you might think. Even a master magician like me can't guarantee I'll get it right the first time. Hey, wait! Is this the back one? I can't tell. They both look the same inside. Huh? No, that's not it. I'll try again.
7!
Hey, slow down! Honestly!
5! 4! 3!
Whoops! That doesn't count!
0!
Ta-da!
Whoa. Make sure it's completed though. What about the girl? Wow. That isn't good. Probably.
What happened?
You don't want that to happen at a magic show.
Huh? Is this part of the show? Mr. Lenny, you're going to use magic to fix the stage now, right?
What happened?
Oh no. Maybe this isn't part of the show.
I don't think.
The girl was still in that box,
I
right?
don't think crushing a girl is part of the show.
This performance is over. Medical staff with me. Guards, secure the scene and detain all the performers. Seal the exits. No one is allowed in or out at this time.
Yes, that's right. If this was just an accident, then we must investigate the cause. But if this was all part of some scheme, then those accountable will not escape the judgment of the God of Justice.
No need to be alarmed, you two. We'll get to the bottom of this soon enough.
That was a magic show.
Unfortunately, the person who is in the magic box has been pronounced dead. His name was Cowell, one of the assistants in Linny's magic troupe.
What about the girl?
Apparently, the fireworks on stage ignited the ropes that were suspending the water tank, which then caused the tank to fall onto the stage.
Has anyone actually died in Genshin Impact before? Like, other than the mobs that you fight, I don't think anyone's actually died in the story.
As of now, we are still not sure why we found Cowell in the box, rather than the guest from the audience.
But I'm wondering.
And after an initial search of the area, the guards have confirmed that the girl is nowhere to be found. It appears that this incident was not merely some mishap with the performance, and there are many indications that it is connected with the case of the serial disappearances of young women.
Oh.
The serial disappearances case?
That's the case that Charlotte mentioned before.
Pull it off like this. In front of an audience, including the Archon and Chief Justice.
I know the truth. I can see through the whole thing. Really, using such a shallow and obvious mystery as his finale. Did he really underestimate us that badly? I say that our powerful magician, Mr. Linny, is now the prime suspect for the serial disappearances case.
I mean, he did just disappear a girl, so she's got a point, but also...
Huh? Why me? This whole thing was an accident.
No, this all occurred during your magic show, did it not? The missing girl disappeared after being chosen, did she not? The deceased is one of your assistants, is he not? Now that I think about it, that whole speech about magicians making things disappear was nothing more than a provocation, a bald-faced challenge.
That can't be right. How can Linny do this?
I mean, she is spitting facts.
He was in the box on the stage the entire time. We can even hear his voice. Besides, before the show, he told us that he would like to catch the criminal behind the disappearances. He couldn't possibly mean catching himself.
Suspect at most.
Save discussion for a later time, please. Lady Farina, may I assume that your comments just now constitute an accusation against Mr. Linny and his associates, and that you are pressing charges?
Huh? I just think that he... Well, I think it might be a little early to talk about formally pressing charges.
But what Lady Farina said just now makes perfect sense. Looks like she's gonna personally deliver justice.
A kidnapping and murder carried out under the cover of a magic show. Lady Farina said it all.
Well, she's inspired her people now.
I mean, of course, my dear people. But what excites me even more than the obvious truth before our eyes is the opponent I'll be facing. That's right. I mean you, Traveler. You'll support Linny, won't you? After all, he was the one who helped you the first time we met.
Bring it on.
Then there's no problem at all. You know, the Traveler and I already had a duel the first time we met. But with Linny's help, our little duel ended in a draw. But draws really are the most boring possible outcome. So, no more draws. Between the two of us, there must be a clear winner and loser. And what better place to hold such a riveting showdown and decide the true victor than here, on the grandest of stages, the Opera Epiclese.
Huh? It wasn't a draw. She obviously lost last time.
Paimon, she's egotistical god. There's no losing.
I understand. Charges have now been pressed, and as such, a trial is in order. Well, traveler, seems Lady Farina has set you in her sights. But putting her dramatic rhetoric aside for a moment, I would like to ask you, are you willing to act as Mr. Linney's attorney and defend him in this case?
Now, I never played any of those lawyer games, but guess so.
Very well. The trial will be held a day from now in the Opera House. Both sides may investigate the scene to build their cases and search for the truth. Linney and his troop are all potential suspects and shall remain within the Opera House. The audience may begin to leave in an orderly fashion once they have been cleared by the guards.
A day isn't that long. Let's see what kind of case this big shot outlander can build in such a short amount of time. I'm really quite looking forward to hearing it.
Well, it depends what a day means. If it's a day in video game terms, then it means I've got all year, right? If it's a literal day, maybe a little bit tougher.
Sorry about everything that happened just now. Were you frightened?
Of course! Who wouldn't be scared after witnessing an accident like that?
I wasn't.
Yeah, I'm a little shaken up myself. How could this happen? And poor Cal. I know you already claimed that you would defend me, but now it's just us talking. Tell me, do you think I could possibly be the murderer?
I don't think you're meant to be, but it's hard to say.
I understand. Even I'm not sure what happened, so I can only imagine how difficult it is for you to grasp the situation.
There's an explanation. It just depends on what we find.
I'm sure everyone sees me as the biggest suspect at this point. But if you ask me, the whole thing is mysteries layered upon mysteries, such that all that's left is confusion. I don't know whether what happened there on the stage was purely an accident or not, and I don't know why poor Cal was in the box.
It is interesting.
As for how that girl chosen from the audience could suddenly disappear, I'm afraid I don't have any answers either. If someone tampered with my performance, then we need to figure out what they did. Even a skilled and knowledgeable magician like myself couldn't pull all that off in just 1 minute.
It was very strange.
Which is precisely why we need to investigate. As this book says, the impossible could not have happened. Whatever happened must have been that which is possible.
Nerdman. Where'd you get those glasses?
Paimon bought them when we were reading at the bookshop in the city earlier. Pretty cool, huh?
I mean, that is a look.
Don't worry. Paimon used her own savings to buy them. It wasn't from our travel funds.
I think I prefer Paimon looking like that, actually. That should be an outfit.
I think they look cute on you, Paimon.
You have good taste, Lynette.
That's the right attitude. Feeling depressed isn't going to help me now. I need to get back to my normal self.
Especially the moustache.
But with the guards watching our every move, it's going to be especially difficult for Lynette and I to prove our own innocence. Good thing you agreed to be our attorneys. Thanks for that. We'll be counting on you.
Try my bees.
Thank you so much.
Won't let you down, hopefully.
Just leave it to us. Oh, since we're going to start investigating, Paimon has a question first. Where did Lynette go during the performance?
Ah, well, I'm afraid that would involve some of our essential trade secrets as magicians.
Understand.
The secrets behind our magic are past saving, Linny.
But we might need to know them.
I suppose you're right. The truth behind our tricks is going to be important evidence that will be weighted during the trial. 'Tis truly a pity. As a magician, our magic show is a work of art. We've poured countless hours and spared no effort in perfecting it. But if revealing our secrets will help you uncover the truth behind what happened, then it will be well worth it. We should go somewhere else if we're going to discuss our magic tricks. We'll go speak with the guards, and in the meantime, you can go investigate the stage and the seating areas.
Oh, man. Body. I think I need like a massage or something.
Alright, let's go have a look while the investigation teams are still here. Detective Paimon is on the case!
I hope Paimon keeps those glasses and moustache on the whole quest line.
Hello, officer. How's the investigation going?
We're Linny and Lynette's attorneys.
Ah, I see. You must be the traveler that Lady Farina mentioned. Listen, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I'd avoid getting mixed up in this whirlpool of a mess if I were you.
We're already in it.
Huh? What do you mean?
Come with me and you'll see. The deceased is one of Linny's assistants named Cal. Even though he hadn't joined the troupe long, he was hardworking and everyone generally liked him. The assistants are usually in charge of setting up and inspecting the props, as well as assisting with the show and keeping the crowd engaged. As you probably saw when you were in the audience, the water tank suddenly fell and smashed the box with Cowl inside it.
Why was Cowl inside?
This is the real mystery. We've already searched the scene and were unable to find any traces of the girl. However, if you look carefully, the box was positioned directly under the water tank. The ropes holding the tank were then burned by the pyrotechnics on stage, causing them to snap.
That is what we were told.
All these factors lining up so perfectly makes it hard to see this as a mere accident. If anything, the more logical explanation is that the whole incident was intentionally planned, and Linny is the most likely person to have access to all these areas.
But he doesn't have a motive!
Yes, why would he want to kill Cal?
Are you both good friends of his?
Not really, we just arrived here.
Well, you can't say we're good friends, but we've known each other for a little while.
Like a few hours.
So in just a short time, he was not only able to win your trust, but even convince you to act as his attorneys. I know there's no such thing as magic. The real trick of a magician is holding the audience in the palm of their hand. I've seen a lot of cases, and I can tell you that people are the least reliable kind of evidence.
They can also be the most reliable evidence, if they're truthful.
Sorry, I tend to be pretty straightforward. Just know that I'm warning you for your own good. Anyway, you may investigate the scene of the crime yourselves if you're curious. Who knows, maybe you'll be able to come up with some new evidence.
You can use the case record to confirm your current evidence and clue collection situation. Check as yet undiscovered evidence and clues in the case record. Investigate the corresponding area and locate them. Use the perception skill to find evidence and clues that can be investigated within a certain radius around yourself to advance your overall progress. Okay. The investigation from the guards indicates that the fireworks launched at the tail end of the magic performance set the rope dangling the water tank alight, causing the tank to fall and kill Cal. Good. Who was within it for some reason. Where did he come from? No one knows. It seems evident that Linny is the likeliest, not luckiest, user of the prop to commit a crime. However, the record for the victim being Cal, the reason for the chosen lady's disappearance remains mysteries. Cease is one of Linny's assistants named Cal. He was well trusted by all his colleagues. His job was setting up and inspecting the props. So honestly, he killed himself. If it's his job to set up and inspect the props, He murdered himself. Case done. As well as assisting with the show and keeping the crowd engaged. That is pretty engaging. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Pretty engaging. This is where the magic box was struck. If Cal weren't inside the box, at that moment, he might have dodged the fallen water tank. We're a detective now. Broken magic box was left on the scene after the guards completed their investigation. Looking at it now, the water tank must have struck it really hard. Well, obviously. It fell from up there directly onto the box.
So this is the rope that broke and caused the water tank to fall.
I hope I don't need to figure out the cause by myself. And like, you know, like a real investigation, because I'm dumb.
The rope looks pretty durable. How can it be burned through so quickly by fireworks?
But I guess Paimon has her smart glasses on, so... Even Lenny didn't realize this was a safety concern. Or...
Why are you suddenly so serious, Traveler?
Just looking at where the rope snapped.
Whoa. Look! This bit is made from different material! Most of it was burned away, but there's still a little bit of it left.
Be flammable.
So if a rope meant to hold something was made with that kind of material in it, then that means... Wait, why don't you write all this down? Let's take notes.
This rope was used to suspend the water tank. It suddenly broke when the fireworks were being launched on stage. The investigation has shown that the location where the rope snapped was made of flammable materials. Why would it be?
Hello there. What are you investigating?
Oh, this location has also been cordoned off because the Magic Troop members are currently considered prime suspects. The investigation team is still collecting evidence.
He's got nerd glasses on too.
The seats were all booked in advance, so we were able to deduce the missing woman's identity by checking the guest list.
Sometimes the book comes up here and I don't know why. Could you tell us who she is?
Sure. It's not like this is confidential information. We will publish it later anyway when we petition the public to help us find the missing person. Her name is Halsey. She's a painter from Fontaine who's made a bit of a name for herself. Apparently, she wasn't a regular at the Opera House, but she'd been feeling some pressure with her work lately, which made her decide to come see the magic show.
If I click on this, does it do anything? Okay, it just has all that.
The Magic Troop members all claim not to know her. We have looked into her social connections. It seems that she has no personal grievances or conflicts of interest with the suspects.
My problem with this quest now is it seems like it will be a bit lengthy. I've only got like 20 minutes.
Simply put, she wasn't related to the Magic Troop at all, which matches the features of the previous serial disappearances.
40 minutes at a pinch, but I might not get through this quest today.
Were the victims of previous cases also chosen at random?
That's how it seems to us, in any case. Apart from the fact that they were all young women of around the same age range, there really weren't any other connections between them.
Okay then.
Thanks for letting us know.
No need to be so formal. If you do happen to see the missing girl, please be sure to contact us.
I've already forgotten what she looks like.
It is of utmost importance that we get to the bottom of these disappearances.
She looks like that. Halsey is the missing person. She's a famous painter and came to watch the magic show in order to take a break from her own creative work. She isn't known to have been entangled in quarrels with any of the members of Linny's magic troupe. Thanks, Maurice. Have we inspected all around there? For this guy?
The investigation team has some new findings. Turns out there's an issue with the random number selector after all.
See, I told you. What if the machine picked some big guy's seat? You think the murderer would have still made his move then?
Huge, massive lad.
Sorry to interrupt, but we're helping Linny and Lynette with their side of the investigation. What were you saying about the number selector? There's something wrong with it?
You're trying to help them?
Yeah.
That'll be a tall order.
Someone has to.
Linny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience during his performance, right? The lucky girl that later disappeared. Well, we thought there might be a serious problem with the machine, so we had it taken away for further inspection.
It turns out that the seat number it picked wasn't random at all. The machine picks that same number every time.
Like now, I guess, not forever, because if it was always like that, then surely someone would have realized. So I'm guessing that's just tampered with now.
I'm sure you already know that you have to make a reservation in advance to get a seat, regardless of whether it's a trial or some performance. In other words, Linny knew who would be sitting where from the very beginning.
That much checks out. Linny reserved our seats for us too.
Bet you see why I was saying it'd be tough to make a case for Linny.
Thanks.
Even though it's bad for Linny's case, Paimon had better write it down.
This device was used during Linny's magic performance to choose a lucky member of the audience. However, guards have found that it will generate the exact same number no matter what. Clearly someone has tampered with it. Clearly. Got one piece of actual evidence. About this box. It's probably important. Looks like an ordinary box, but Linny somehow moved instantly from the stage being inside of it. How did he do it? That's what I was hoping to find out, but I guess not. I'm wondering if maybe someone tried to kill Linny and well, it didn't work out, you know.
I see that you're investigating the area. Well, it just so happens that I'm interested too. If you find any new and interesting leads, be sure to share them with me, all right?
Why are you interested?
We don't have too many thoughts yet.
Then why don't I tell you my hypothesis first? The way I see it. And I'll start it with that loud thud.
The thud? Oh, you mean the sound that happened during the countdown?
Yes, exactly. It wasn't terribly loud, but I suspect that most people heard it.
Most people ignored it.
It's just that everyone was awaiting the results of Linny's trick with bated breath, so no one paid it much mind. But now that the incident has happened, the thud has become an important clue.
That makes sense. So, what do you make of it?
I'm of the opinion that it may have been the sound of Linny's accomplice. Lynette, perhaps. Jumping atop the water tank, or something like that.
It's a bit far-fetched.
And when the pyrotechnics went off, she cut the rope, sending the water tank crashing down.
But wasn't the noise we heard too loud for that?
Perhaps the balance wasn't right, leading to a particularly rough landing.
Shouldn't the water tank have started to swing a bit in that case? Yeah, if she cut the rope, mate.
Oh, that's true. I suppose I must reconsider.
That does remind Paimon, though. What was with that sound?
During the switching performance, there was an audible thump that many audience members heard. Okay. Anything going on up here? Yes.
Lenny's still talking to the guards. It seems he'll have a lot of explaining to do. I think someone will be assigned to monitor us later, but that's alright.
To worry about them. Where else might clues be? Can I go upstairs? Probably talk to someone over here, right? No. It's not. Maybe morons. Can I go behind this guy? Thing out there. I'm missing something. What? Nothing else for me to really interact with. Oh, I can go out here. Okay.
Hey, you! Yes, both of you! Over here! I've been keeping an eye on you for a while now.
Huh? You mean us?
That's right. If I'm not mistaken, you're also among those who wish to cut down the thorns and pursue the truth. No? And by the looks of it, you're not from Fontaine.
Indeed.
Well, you're right on the more about that one, but who are you?
Have you never heard of the Spina di Rosula?
No.
From mediating disputes and providing protection to solving conundrums, you name it, Spina di Rosula does it.
Sounds like Team Rocket.
And I, Navia, have the honor of being its renowned president. Though those who play by our rules call me boss.
I'm Silver, her attendant. Pleased to meet you.
Well, Navi is good looking at least.
And I'm Melus. Demoiselle's various daily needs and affairs are under my purview.
Huh? Boss? Demoiselle? What gives with the names?
Well, I am the second generation president. Melus and the others are still used to my previous title.
My apologies, Demoiselle. Should you prefer, boss, I will endeavor to use that instead.
No need. You don't have to call me boss. Just Navia is fine.
Okay, if you say so. Not that we're members of Spina di Rosula anyway.
I wasn't planning on calling you boss.
All merely trifling details. Never mind. Now, back to the situation at hand.
Unless... Do you want to investigate as well?
That's right. I've always kept an eye on the serial disappearance cases. My interest stems from a matter back from my father's time. Judging from the look of things, I find Linny an unlikely mastermind.
True.
Really? We think so too! That's why we're looking for clues now. But how did you come to that conclusion?
Intuition, naturally. My unparalleled intuition.
Okay.
Farina sure was quick to point the finger at Linny without any decisive evidence whatsoever, wasn't she? But that's not uncommon for her. If you remember, the Justice had to interrupt her and ask if she was pressing charges just to keep her from getting carried away.
True.
Anyway, a trial begins the moment someone levels charges. And, of course, there was no way Farina was going to back down in that situation.
Sounds more like you just don't trust the Hydro Archon.
He has a geo vision.
Well, what's your opinion? I must admit that she can be interesting at times, but
liking her doesn't mean that I'll blindly agree with her.
Yelling out, right? Oh, when you put it that way.
Alright, I've answered your question. Now, it's time you answer mine.
Wait a minute, did that answer count?
Maybe she will be a good Geo character for one. I honestly haven't really enjoyed all the Geo characters this game has so far. Zhongli's really strong, but not that fun to play.
Well, I say it does. But don't worry, you won't hear any pointless questions from me. In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial like it's an opera?
Not really.
Well?
Not always, that's a better.
And why would that be?
Better than not really. Because that's what really meant when I said it. Doing so makes it easy for the truth to fall by the wayside. Something serious like a trial shouldn't be treated like entertainment.
See, Silver and Malus? I told you they'd be different.
Most astute of you, demoiselle. I too think that the traveler's response was most excellent. No matter how wonderful the script or how fervent the audience's expectations may be, the trials that go on stage here must be based in fact. And if that can be done, boss, then...
Alright, that's quite enough, Malus. Anyway, I like your answer. You passed with flying colors. Now, I need to make some preparations, following which our joint investigation shall commence. You two shall be my assistants.
Okay.
Wait! Since when did we become assistants?
Oh, well, I can be the assistant. Sure. Or your companion, if you like. I'm really not that fussy.
That's more like it.
Seems you've already agreed then.
Far be it from me to brag, but I believe that Demoiselle's intuition will be instrumental in uncovering the truth. You wish to save a friend from false accusations, and we wish to unravel the disappearances. In this sense, our goals are aligned.
You have a point. You're quite the talker, aren't you, mister? And what about you over there? What do you think? You seem like you've got something on your mind.
He's just chilling.
I have nothing to add.
Oh, alrighty then.
True Giga Chad.
We'll be making some preparations first. Just be sure to let us know if they start revealing Linny's tricks.
Cut her off a bit. She was just saying thanks anyway.
Speaking of that, I think magic shows would be very popular in Poisson.
I can see that.
Poisson.
Maybe I should try to learn some magic. If I could make things disappear, cleaning my room would be a cinch.
You need not worry about such things, demoiselle. That falls under my duties.
That would be handy.
Oh, right.
Got dudes to clean her room? Man. Dane.
Sorry, but no one can freely enter or exit the Opera House at the moment. If you wish to leave, you must register your identity with us first.
No, we're not leaving. We're representing Linny and Lynette as attorneys, so we're investigating the case.
Ugh, man. Ugh, my body.
Were you always guarding this entrance?
A massage would definitely be good.
Yes, after the Chief Justice gave the order, everyone coming in or out must undergo a strict inspection. So, the missing girl couldn't have left from here. At least, not from that point on.
What about during the show?
I doubt there was much opportunity then, either.
How can you be so sure,
Well, because I was in charge of security near the entrance at that time.
Surely you wouldn't screw it up.
I couldn't see Linny's performance from here, which was quite a shame. Just my luck. But still, I did not abandon my post, and I stayed put no matter how loud the applause was. If someone had so much as even approached the door, I would have noticed it, let alone if they had tried to leave. We Melusines are good at that sort of thing, you know.
So, it's safe to say the girl couldn't have left through here. Alright, thank you for your help. This'll be useful info.
No one left the Opera House during the magic show, and after the incident happened, only those who had their identities cleared by the guards could.
We've checked everything of note here at the performance venue. Paimon wonders how Linny's discussion with the guards is going. Let's go see, shall we? Ooh, things are getting interesting, huh? We're about to see how magic is made.
So I can't find anything else. But I'm upstage now. Surely there's something up here. Oh, I can actually jump between them. This is where the rich people sit and look down on the poors. Just how it is. I would never be sitting up here.
Understood. Then I will be going with you. Just so you're aware, I will be monitoring your actions and making notes as necessary.
Very good. Thanks for being so agreeable. I'd pull a rose out of my hat as a gift for you if I could.
Oh.
You may spare the pleasantries. I'm just doing my job.
You've arrived. Who's this?
How many notes do we have? We got all 3 of those. Got 4 of 9.
Me? I'm Spina di Rosula's guardian angel. If you've got a problem, I've got the firepower. Sorry, I got a little carried away there. Call me Navia. I'm a partner of theirs, and we'll be helping investigate this whole situation.
I like her outfit.
And these are my companions. Would you mind if they join as well?
Fine by me.
Oh, new helpers? I would be most grateful.
Well, let's just say we're tagging along. It's not every day you get to see the secrets behind magic performed on such a large scale.
I appreciate your kind interest. Come with me. We'll be heading below stage.
Like really itchy note.
Huh? Below stage?
Yes, a world of secrets is hidden beneath this magic box, prepared specifically for this switcheroo trick.
I thought there would be a below stage for this.
But before I reveal everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange here? I'm not trying to be dramatic. Remembering the details of a trick will help you understand the methods used to perform it more easily.
Huh. Weren't there balloons and other decorations here? Where did all that go?
There were.
Ah, good eye. That said, you're still far from discovering the answer.
The back of the door isn't the same.
The back? You mean the inside of the door? What's different about it? Paimon didn't notice anything.
Very good indeed. I thought you might not be able to catch that, given that you were sitting in the first row. The back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden board. So, if you put 2 and 2 together, what do you get?
There's another box inside it.
Exactly.
A box in a box.
All right, let's go. I'll tell you how it works as we head down.
Bye.
Oh, so there was a passageway under the magic box!
This passage linked the 2 boxes together.
I knew you'd figure out most of it as soon as you saw this place. The 2 magic boxes are positioned right above the 2 entrances of the tunnel. See this flatbed trolley? The box with the lucky audience member in it would be shuttled over to the other side using the trolley.
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box will face in the right direction.
See, I thought that's how this trick was done. but it's a magic show, so gotta allow
I
it.
see. So that's the purpose of the box inside another box.
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the audience member was put inside and be moved along the trolley, all while the outer box would remain on stage as if nothing had ever changed.
So that's how you did it!
Once the box was lowered, the trolley would store some energy through this device here, with which it would complete the rest of the steps. The audience member would only be able to feel some slight movements in the dark, and by the time she walked out, she would already be back on stage.
And what about your side of the trick?
Right! You were talking that whole time, and you even came out for a moment near the end!
Ah, yes. A phonograph operated by Lynette was used to achieve that effect. My assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand. When the countdown began, I had already gone to the opposite box via a tunnel using that ladder.
And what about Lynette? Where was she?
I was in the mezzanine space in the back of the box.
Oh, interesting!
That's how we were able to coordinate Linny's lines with the assistant. And, by the way, I was the one who walked out of the box at the end.
I mean, we are twins. All it takes is a change of clothes and no one can tell who's who. And that's my favorite part of this trick. Only Lynette and I can perform it.
So, Korean fans shouldn't be upset with this character not being a waifu, because they can just imagine him as Lynette. Problem solved.
So that's how it all worked! Wow, every detail you revealed was more amazing than the last!
I can tell a lot of thought was put into it.
Lynette would briefly walk out of the box and then go back in, jumping into the tunnel and escaping before the box on the trolley could finish ascending. And then I walk out of the other box in the audience area, and the trick would be complete. The operative word here being would. But as you saw, Cal was in the box, not our audience member. She, on the other hand, mysteriously vanished.
We really don't know how that happened.
If not for that interlude, this would have been an astonishing trick. I probably never would have figured out how you pulled it off.
The hell was that?
And yet, to think that someone was able to use this magic trick to commit a crime. If we have
Yes.
a look around, I think we can come up with some more leads.
This is the scene of the crime, so Linny and Lynette are not permitted to stay here. I'll escort them back up.
Yes, of course. No need to be so strict now. I won't disappear into thin air, you know.
Might.
Thanks, everyone. We're counting on you.
Lenny gave a detailed account on how the trick was supposed to work. By using a box inside a box, the idea was for the box containing the audience member to be transported across via a tunnel underneath, and Lenny himself would also use the tunnel to get to the other side. Meanwhile, having changed her outfit, Lynette and her assistant would take charge of on-stage interaction. The magic box on stage was an additional layer has an additional layer to its rear, in which Lynette and Linny's clothes remained hidden. She would appear at the end of the magic trick to lead people to believe that Linny had been able to instantly move to the box on the other side. The magic box at the center of the audience stands as 2 layers, and beneath it is an entrance to an underground tunnel. Convenient. This was how the lucky audience member was meant to have been transported without the audience noticing. I think I'll examine a few things down here, but I'll probably wrap up here within the next 5 minutes. This should be the control device for the trolley. Seems to be able to operate automatically. And then I guess, assuming I stream tomorrow, I'll just start down here again.
What's this?
It looks like a grappling hook.
Looks like a hook tied to the end of a rope. Huh? There's all kinds of odds and ends here.
Lenny didn't mention this earlier.
Perhaps it was a prop for a different trick. But why would it have been left here?
Whatever it is, let's make a note of it first.
Rope that has fallen to the ground, a metal hook that has been tied to one end of this rope. Use is unclear. Pretty sure I know what it's for. I've seen grappling hooks before. A ladder is required in order to return to the magic box above.
The floor is wet. Please be careful not to slip.
Oh.
Speaking of which, why would there be water here?
It was for a trick, but why would there be water here?
Paimon knows! It's one of those tricks where you pour water into a jug and then flip the jug over only for the water to disappear? And here's a broken vase. Huh. Did the trolley knock it down while moving?
That can't be. The trolley moves along tracks from start to finish. It couldn't have hit the vase at this distance.
Let's note this down too and think about it later.
There are many pieces of a broken flower vase on one side of the tunnel. All the water within has been spilled. Judging from the distance, it seems unlikely that it was knocked over by the trolley meant to transport the magic box. Clothing.
These are the clothes that the lady chosen from the audience was wearing, right? Her clothes are here, but she's nowhere to be found.
And they didn't mention the guest having a wardrobe change.
Right. And do you really need to do that if you're kidnapping them?
Simon's eyes have become whirls.
Ugh, this is so confusing. Paimon doesn't want to be a detective anymore.
Might be confusing because you're wearing those. Where did you pick up new glasses? Clothes belonging to Halsey, the lady who went missing, were found in the tunnel. The reason for this remains unknown. How much more past that? Okay. We'll grab this one. High precision is required to complete this magic show, and tracks are perfect for making the trolley stay on its designated course. Because I think after these next two, we're probably wrapping up down here. I'm probably gonna jump away from Genshin now. Sadly, I have to because I got a raid. No, it is what it is. But assuming I stream tomorrow, I should be able to do the rest of the story. At least whatever part of it we can. Load up Final Fantasy. Yeah. Close out of this. Sucks that we get interrupted a little bit, but you know it is. Prepping for top. I'll just write chilling for now. Chilling until static stuff. Change game. Final Fantasy. Okay. I mean, that story's been interesting so far because of the murder mystery now. I do feel like that's the first time someone's actually died in Genshin. Like a regular person. I guess Ignora got annihilated by Raiden. That was probably the first real death. Generally, the game's been pretty chill, you know? No one's dying. Stuff like that. That is interesting. So what we're probably going to be doing is some Abyssos. So we can get gear for top. Is what we should be doing. It might be a little bit funny, so for now I'll continue to stream. Stream will either continue or be turned off at some point because, like I said, I am a little bit tired today. Just been feeling tired, not feeling great, but streaming is streaming, so I'm gonna be playing the computer anyway. Keep doing it. It might be funny to wipe on like Carbuncle and such for a little while at least. See what happens. But that will be starting in about 20 minutes. And then afterwards, if I continue past raiding, past like the static stuff, I might do like a lockout, which could end within 5 minutes because I am at floor 61 and it's the furthest I've been. I might do a lockout of Eureka Orphos. So that will either go well or not well. I actually decided that I'm gonna level up a second save file on Eureka Orphos. Kinda sucks that I can only have 2 save files, so I had to delete the one that Kelly and I made, but sure it'll be fine. If he ever wants to do Eureka Orphos, we'll just get to level 30 again, it's not that hard. Especially because we can start at 21. But because I want to do the blind prog and I'm making a YouTube video out of it when it's done, I want 2 save files. Because I think I'll just continue the blind prog the whole way now. What I thought. Because there's part of me that's like, man, blind prog's interesting for people to watch. Especially when I get clips of dying to mechanics that, you know, are regularly not things that people are dying to. We'll see though. I think because my static stuff will be starting soon, I'm gonna take like a 5-minute break now though. I need to use the toilet and I want to have a little bite to eat. When's my submarines getting back? I don't think today. It's 22 hours. So tomorrow at like 11. If I'm not playing Final Fantasy tomorrow, I'm just playing Genshin all day though, so I won't be able to get that submarine. That sucks. But I'll probably move my character over to Balmung. And then go AFK real quick. Not for ERP, just for raiding, I swear. Your static raids from frickin' Balmung, man. It is what it is. I mean, we can do a little bit of no. Not so fast. But I am interested to see where that murder mystery in Genshin is gonna go, so looking forward to tomorrow. It's a little bit of a slow start, but I mean it happens with all video games. When a new expansion comes out, you get to the place for the first time, and then you have to be showing around, right? That's generally how they go. So I wasn't expecting anything less. But the zone looks nice, and we haven't even started exploring it yet, so should be good. I'll wait till I can log in and then turn iCam on, so you have something to look at while I'm AFK. Just sucks that I had to interrupt it today. Play Final Fantasy, but you gotta do what you gotta do. I shall be back in like 5 minutes or so. Was that Roban? Sat down and saw like a float that looked like Roban's. Surely not. Hard to tell, like when you edit your stream stuff and you put Final Fantasy 14, right? Hard to tell that you're actually playing Final Fantasy 14. Because there isn't like a cover for the game under your stream title. It just has a black box. So useless. But anyway, hopefully the whole static and everything gets ready to raid soon, and I don't have to stand around for too long because that'd be annoying. Can I do gold saucer stuff on this server? Like Hackpot? I think this red art on my like pimples. I think it might just be coming from when I drink. I almost felt water there. It's just resting on my head. It doesn't look as bad in real life as it looks on the webcam though. When I look in the mirror it's fine. It's just the webcam makes things more red than they actually look, so. Not really noticeable in real life. Just in case anyone cares. Well, I guess I can play mini Cakpot over here. It's just not very winning. There's no winning to do over here. I made 300 MGP almost. Almost 300 MGP. About 109 or 290 rather. Hey, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. It is what it is. Da 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 da. So we'll at least have to go through all the fights once. But I'm sure we'll have to do Carbuncle a few times, because I need a ring. Nid probably needs a ring. The other healer probably needs a ring. Plus whatever else accessories. And I don't think... They're random still in this tier. I'm pretty sure. Like... The new P9 through 12 is set, so you get all the rewards. But I'm pretty sure they're still random now. Someone just messaged me, ooh. I don't want to be here anymore. I'm a Balmung. I don't... I'm scared. Help. I'm a jump in Discord. Yo, Nid. If someone messages me, ooh, with 2 dots on Balmung, what do I do?
I don't know.
Damn it.
I'm not that scene, man. That's not my scene.
I was hoping you'd know, man. I just run around the gold saucer and I get a random message. I'm like, no. I tried to figure out, boys. You love ads. Then you can play ads on your stream while you're playing ads on your Spotify. True. You hardly get money for the ones on Steam. Stream either. Howdy. Maybe you should run around the gold saucer nid for a moment, because you are a cat girl as well. Like, sure. I got a weird message in the gold saucer. Say, ooh. It's like, I don't want to be here anymore. I went back to Gridania. What? I guess so. And I am wearing my pretty pink vest and my skirt, so you know. Kinda how I feel when I load up the game and look at my character too, but it's for me, not for other people. Didn't create my favorite cat girl appearance for other people. Funny actually, I think maybe Esmond made a video about it, but like the AI girlfriends that people can create, just like the perfect girl that they would want to hang out with, and I'm like, I already have that in Final Fantasy, would you? Exactly. I wish I could have more makeup, honestly. I hope 7.0. True. I mean, there are makeup mods, so pick one for the team. Not that I would know, I've never been on one of those websites that show them. Yes. I went on Reddit and drama happened. Usually where you find out. I had a peanut and got stuck in my tooth. Got it out though. Can't believe I had to stop playing Genshin Impact for this. Hey, new content came out, you gotta play it for a day or two. Could put Lisa and Fontaine correct. Think she'd suit it there. She looks like someone that would live there. Like. Oh, I thought it. I thought you were talking about her region. Yes. Well, she had a quest there. Did you do that one? You got a free outfit. not free anymore. When I was looking through my gear for top, I'm like, I'm probably gonna need the ring now because the stat changes are just enough to me, so I'm not kept on the new food. I never got the ring from Carbuncle. Well, you wouldn't be the only one if you didn't. 6:30, yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much what I did too. I'm like, what do I have? Everything other than one ring. Abyssos. How do you spell Abyssos again? The way I spelt it. Abyssos gear farming. Top prep. Probably some meme. Wow. Oh man. Hey, the moat that was going around when gold bears come out. And come. Classic. I could see that being used in Esmond's. Whoa. That would be rough, man. Woo! Why did it take so long? I've only been here 3 months, mate. I had a house for 2 of those. Little bit. Man, I went out to the kitchen for 5 minutes and I'm freezing. Hell yeah. Freezing. Lucky, mate. You're brave. Limbs are as full of that emote. Yeah. Apparently just playing a cat girl puts me under their radar. Guys, I haven't played Gunbreaker in like a month. That's sweet. Huge. Makes sense. Well, at least the first three will be relatively chill. I don't think the drops are set. Get some RNG. I need just for there will be some memes. He has tank busters. Best way to learn. I think puddles are the only thing I'm worried about. Oh yeah. I've forgotten enough of this boss to be surprised by everything there. It's popping off! Over there. There's a buster after this? Yeah. Remembering my positioning. I know. You got time though. We can probably kill it. God, remembering this fight, rough. There's a knockback on this. Remember the knockback. Navarro. Good luck, everyone. Mika. Holy. There were so many people in one. There's parties, right? Yeah. I believe. Nope. We have a few too many people though. He's punching. I'm a fan of tanks and crank on. Yeah, you want to do tanks inside? Yeah, cool. Yep. That is max up time. It's a giga chat. I'm not podding. Why I'm rich. Reason I have millions of gil is because I don't potion. Perhaps. I'll have my submarines up and running, buddy. Whoa. Puddle spawned under me. Look, I saw Mango up there. I was like, he can beat it. Just do things on the fly here. Don't know what that means. You dashed afterwards, huh? Body damage brain. He's passing. I get all this off. What thing am I going to? Oh dear. Thankfully I was already there. This shit's hard. Give it that booty. Yeah. Okay. Roll to 5. Let's go. Choose Helm Glove. And the augmented. Yes. Got one book. Surely RNG will allow us to get an earring. Still costs 4 books too this tier, right? Yeah. It could be better. I'm relearning how to gun break. Slowly. It falls off before Ruby, but okay. The more you know. Surprised no one's like taking a walk through that poison. They like usually that shit happens all the time. Mango's just like, you know what? Sounds like a good plan. I used to see that shit every time, man. This boss was the only fun boss this tier because of... He's a tank anyway. I thought you were here. Okay. See it. You were beside me and then... Doesn't really matter. As long as one person has their brain on, right? I'm just gonna stay in worst thing. I was always a pussy of trying to uptime that mechanic, because the one time I tried, it killed me. It's the fast one. He does that sometimes. Oh shit. Same dude. The Ian bit, but I soaked with Nid. I was like, I'm gonna die, but I might as well get into the puddle first. Bow's hard, man. Only 4-year-olds can do this again. That's 5 eco though. Huge pumpage. It does feel fun to come back to content that has echo, just so you can like crit really hard. It's a fun part. One GCD. I'm so bad at Gunbreaker. It's been like a month since I played it. I haven't played it since P12 last time. It's hard. Hell yeah, brother. That's all we like to hear. Oh, this is safe for now, right? Yeah. I think she got clipped. Use that. I don't actually know where I'm meant to be going. Not gonna lie. I didn't make it fast enough, I guess. I was just like running around and then I saw you alone. Surely. If we somehow manage to kill this, it is gonna be impressive. Didn't want to move that far. Delete healers. Bro. He only did like 2 AoEs. So. Yeah, even if we could do the damage last here, I think we would have died to the damage. Same thing with top. Easy. You like your feet? Probably a bit scaly, man. Ooh. Why am I cold? Oh. Gonna take the first buster by yourself. Just solo all the busters, right? Believe in you, you got this. I accidentally alt-tabbed and hit reprisal at the same time. Wasn't my fault. Yeah. This light party. I didn't want to move, I was scared. How are we doing this? We're definitely not. I'm just trying to dodge people, honestly. Surely. God, my rotation is so bad. What the hell? Alright, she does it twice. Anyone remember how to do this? Whose Dark Dome was down there? Just run right into it. Be following that. How the fuck am I not dead? I can do this. We're learning. Whoa. I don't know how we didn't overlap there, but that's crazy. Is this purple? I don't remember shit. I'm just standing there here. When he takes it first. Yeah. Bit harder than Carbuncle when you don't remember to fight. I'm cold. Woo. Oh, I've got a materia? Oh. Rubbish, but materia is a materia. For some reason my random doesn't want to hit me. Good. Maybe my mouse over macro is scuffed. I haven't played Gunbreaker for a bit, it might be. Not even sure how we're doing this mechanic. I'm just gonna stand up here. We need that guy. Someone's gonna get tank bust. And in the order. Possibly. I'll do the res after mechanics. to move. Oh, help. The tornado. If I'm green, I'm here. What? My mate. like, like, I'm meant to be here, right? No? You can't have been 8 because mine went off first. Don't think it would help, right? But I will now. Oh no! It has a dome, right? Chicks here too is easy. I'm sure we'll be fine. I didn't know you were gonna. The free for all position and got me. It's just. True. I'll help you. I ain't got hellowed, but Savage is much more fun when you don't remember the mechanics and everyone's just free for alling. We should do the current tier like this one day. Green. Green, I'm here. Mechanics like a minute long. No boots. The gear from this tier is not even like... I believe so. Leagues this tier were only good for like samurai and another class. Surely we can get through this with one less death this time. Wine. Just a little bit of mint. Yeah, we're just doing... That's what I did with my static, but there's so many different ones. Two here. He'll just do a dance. My gear advantage. You will be for a second at least. How does the floor taste? Nice. I was like, you guys are gonna win. So worried about where you guys were going, I didn't move. I'd be so bad at doing P4S right now. Can't move for curtain call at all. That was an alright sort of enrage, right? Hit it in the boss just casting die. Beast mechanic or expansion. Just giga chaired it. Bring them here. Ooh. Oh dear. This is gonna be a chain. Chicks here is still hard, boys. We are free for all in a lot of mechanics right now, though, so. I'm not looking forward to P80s though. That shit's gonna be hard. Even with Eco. I see 2B leggings. I always found it interesting that Party Finder does downtime for that mechanic when you can full uptime it if you have everyone go south. Like my Blind Frog group, we just sent everyone down here, and the 2 people that had to go north just went north and full uptime. He might be onto something though. Two. I don't like this mechanic. You see this way of doing it, but what this is fine. You're new, you're learning. Our healer is new and learning. I'm a wing. Just take the damage down, mate. Oh yeah. Assassin. I remembered to move. Let's go. God, this fight's hard, man. I don't remember it. stashes. I'm green them here. And green. Hey, we did it! God, gamers. I believe in you. Yeah, but that happened like an hour ago, man. Right. Remember the Dark Dome. He found a landmine. He's not ready for Palisade. One shoe. Man's been farming. Wow. Potentially one more time. Maybe we'll get 3 pairs of boots. Yep. Luck equals skill. Look at him. That's the right choice, though, honestly. Right, it's on the internet forever now. Oh. Ooh. The worst part about that one is when someone forgets, then it's everybody. That's not meant to happen. Cleaves. Now you made me miss PTNs. True. Dude, I don't know where I am. Opium? Counting is difficult. I used to grade that mechanic, but I don't feel confident right now. Instant transmission? I'm glad one person remembers how to do this. I was just saying that. I'm glad one person remembers. Well. A little bit. is the king. I seem to keep reprisaling over the reprisal. This was always a problem with this fight though. There's nothing to actually reprisal. Dashes. If I'm green, I'm here. Just Lullafell running around. God gamers. I want to be a free. I think it only hits the 2 people, right? It's not shoes. I never knew it was only a 2-person. Did he, bro? We learn after the tier. Maybe we can use that, you know. If Hegemony either comes back in an ultimate in the future. Oh, you are guaranteed to get shoes. Man, my eyeball. Ooh, why did I press that? I only raided like 2 hours week 1 last year. Took 12 weeks to see P7. True. He's a freak. Oh no. close as I can. I just sprinted a bit early. He was greeting. This. Passes don't count for this TSC. DP, huh? Plane from Australia. If only there was a way to tell ping in this game without, you know, add-ons. What kind of online game would you want to see you ping in though? Yeah. Five. Surprisingly, I'm actually more awake than I was before. You know, raiding does this to me, though. I start raiding and I'm like, time to wake up. Reading. Stayed in for the extra GCD. I wasn't scared there. If you want to. Instant transmission. I'm gonna stand over here. Just like standing off the cluster. Whew. True. Or not to be. I mean, this fight was really easy once you had it figured out. This is a target dummy. The tree was just boring. Tree would have been good if they spaced out harvest, but they didn't. If I'm green, I'm here. We need. Holy. I can solo it. Yeah. Can't believe you stole it. Even though I have aggro. What? Oh, I got an achievement. Let's go. A mount, boys. I finally get one of the tank mounts. First one. We got a mount. Is it worth using though? He hates the only fight I'm worried about, honestly. Yeah, it's a bit more than just dude. It's just a naked war tiger. Interesting. Repair, because we're going into PA and probably gonna die a bit. Boil it real fiend. I'll be right back, chat. Hello. Always. Do we like this mount? I like how it moves backwards. Whoa. Slides through the air like, I'm a mount, by the way, this is natural. Alright. Yeah, it's gonna be scary. Just do what I did. Do what I did. Tell them not renewing lease or anything, and then they send around like 3 repair people. Should gonna say he should die before then, but it's 50-50, so yeah. When I first joined, you two. Broda 2. Broda 2? 2? Don't know Crota 2. He's the one that plays Genshin. Shit, I think I found some ERPs below the waterfall. Run away. In Central Shroud, and I flew over a waterfall and I saw 2 people. I'm like, yeah, hump. If I was a male character, I'd probably do something like that. But that'd probably just be like, oh, welcome, join us. Can't be having that. I've already been propositioned on Balmung once. Whole frickin' zoo rocking up at Mango's house. It's actually crazy that this is like the first of the tank mounts that I've gotten. Because like, usually I tank a lot, right? think Eureka Orthos is going to take me like as long through ultimates to prog. Blind prog in it. 61 now. 50 to 60 was pretty chill. Yeah. I'm definitely using tank privilege on the bosses of it. Like the level 50 boss would have killed me if I didn't have Stone Skin from Unai plus a Steel and Warrior. Perhaps. And then there's those Giga Chads that like have everything and it's like I do Deep Dungeon for breakfast and then I do an ultimate for dinner. It's like prog time. I've just remembered the line mechanic too. Oh no. You're living the gamer life. Alright, P8S. See if we remember it. Looking forward to it after I kill my level 60 WoW hardcore character. This guy who talks about being a god. Don't know what these mean. I forgot. I forgot. Ugh. No, tank bus is after the lines. I don't think I'll do anything with these books. Maybe if a piece of gear looks nice. There's furry. Are you a furry? He's explaining mechanics and all I can see is a furry running around. remember. Who's gonna get autoed first? Oh, I haven't heard JP voice for this guy.
Whoa.
Might switch it back to English so I actually understand. Forgot when it hit. Reforge, reflect. Shit, dude. I don't remember. I don't remember the prio. See if Nin and I go the same way. I might have had poison. It was solo it, boys. What, snake pro? Alright, Nid, you're playing shield healer. Dude. A shield healer didn't do this fight, so you just gotta learn it. I guess it's good to learn too, because we do need to unlock top for it. I think after stream today, I'm gonna just like lie down and chill a bit. Near rest. I don't really need to watch a guide for this fight again, but gotta learn the priorities again. I should be fine without the need to do that. Look at this toolbox. Head block has been updated. I'm saying. Toolbox has like the run through. Yeah, the dog jumps are like downtime dog, but that's fine. What the hell? The explanation of it is probably good. You know, it's one bit of the reading. So. Just gotta wait a minute. Probably only raiding for like 20 more minutes or so, so hopefully we can some decent progging on the Abyssos and maybe they want to go an extra hour. But I think tomorrow will just be another day of full-on Genshin Impact. Prepare yourself. People are just looking through the guide right now just to make sure they remember. I don't think I need to. Just gotta... I too spent $1 on an emote. I never had any of these, so I was like, I might as well get one while they're $1. You also look like a furry. So not the only bad decisions. No. Each their own, I guess. I like the dudes that just wore their furry costumes up on stage at FanFest. That was their outfit. It's cosplaying themselves. Easy. Oh yeah, that guy moved so slowly. The best one though was the boober. Yes. As soon as that Nofika came up on stage, everyone was like, holy! And then there was like the PG Nofika. Like, oh, that's not fun. Right? No one saw anyone else. Yeah, that guy was glammed out. He already had multi-dyes. He's like 10.0 really. Like we'll get 4 dyes in 10.0. Yeah, exactly. And the PlayStation 7 comes out. I don't know if I want to play this game that long to get there. Might just be like a single player Andy at that point. Possibly. Maybe Baldur's Gate 4 will come out by then. Because with the whining that's happening from AAA studios, we're not going to get many other good games from AAA. I know, right? I am in the wrong spot, but it's okay. We can make it work. Preach was going over like some World of Warcraft clips last night because they're bringing overlays into that game now. and they're not ready for it, because let's be real, they only need their simple add-ons. But he was like looking at one of the Paragon clips, and it was a conga line. I'm like, oh, they've been doing it forever. I didn't even notice that was conga line until like I saw that last night. It looked much prettier than what Method did. Have an add-on, just everyone stand in a place and don't shoot other people. But everyone's all over the screen. Yeah. Well, they made the fights too hard to be like done without add-ons. So while raiding is still harder than Final Fantasy when you get down to the core of it, right? But then you have so many add-ons that it feels easier. You're not wearing heels. Maybe the cat got him. God damn. Went in swinging. Just minor. I'm always scared about petting animals that I don't know. I don't want to get rabies, you know? I am. Thanks for letting me know I'm an idiot. I look at the lines and they don't make sense anymore. One splash. Cute snake. Hell yeah. Whoa! It killed us! We were the chosen one. Dude, I keep getting targeted by the secondary every time. This boss is rude, man. Giga Chad. Yeah. We've got this. I believe. Yeah. I feel like phase 1 dies before it does freaking anything after that. Yeah, but it'll die before it does that. We don't need to know Snake 2 and Dog 2. Easy. Unless we... Swing it, mate. More fun. Someone just stand in the fire. It's coming back. What the hell? What is my rotation right now? With Nick. Whoa. Holy shit. The rogue beam through the middle of the room has always been my favourite part of this fight. Shoot, Snake. Do I have all that? Let's see. I do. The old cute snake. Need an add-on for that, mate. Titra. Damn, harder than buses in this currency. We love snakes. I am with Ned. It's gonna be B. Damage down, squad. Snake Frog is always waiting. It's gonna be some fuckery. Gonna go ahead and run into the spot. Thinking about that black mage uptime. Look at that. Could change my voice back to English so I get to hear flesh from bone. Everything. And it still hits for 20k. That's nuts. This tank buster hits harder than the ones on like the whole raid tier. We're doing it. Easy fight. It's funny how quick the memories of like the mechanics come back. Oh no. We both reprisal. It's okay though. It doesn't matter at that point. I should turn stance off. I'm definitely pumping. Two. Haven't been a 2 yet. Yeah. Reaver's learning this fight, so it's expected. Believe, mate. Okay. Yeah, the tank's through the middle there, right? Good luck. No, it will go on him for both. Alright. Always sound. Easy, mate. I was here. Thanks, go did. Yep. So many markers for this fight. This is the hardest fight of all expansion. This phase. All because of Snake. Now the being assaulted by an insect. An insect. It's flying at me. No. You should see how bad it is with 150 ping. I keep overriding reprisals, like I'm not even paying attention. Doesn't matter, we have echo. Nearly got destroyed by himself. There. He loves it. I'm sure you could survive. Row. Classic Final Fantasy. And Lee win. The panic. I don't want. He's just like, well, I guess I won't. I doubt we're gonna one-shot phase 2, but we probably have time to just prog it a little bit. Time for the best sound effect in the game. Listen to the sound. It's pretty cool. Think I can survive this alone? Oh, it's 200k. Always RP to do. Yeah. We're just one of those light parties, you know, we have just enough time to make it, and then we're like, I gotta go. It's like, what the fuck? Alright. Those people there like, now that we made it to phase 2, I'm tired. Let me go here. Make a ring. I'm probably putting crit in there, but I'll make sure. Balance. The best part about raiding in a casual group, you don't get anything as a tank or healer for like a whole month. Yeah, 100%. Where is top this? What is it? Why is the balance so hard to find? Need ultimate. Oh yeah, because they put it in a fucking document. Sorry. Top 250. Crit. Thought so. Alright. I'm ready for top now. My gear is good to go. My ring different? No, good. Awesome. Look. Is my hands gleam? Yes. I'm wearing the wristbands, right? Run off back, not exit game. Run off back to Thug. Probably be done in a moment. Pretty chill stream today. Three hours of Genshin. A little bit of Abyssos. Sounds like it would be a good time. Can only glare. Well, this is a good chance. But anyway, stream. I'ma go. Thanks for hanging out today. It was chill. I'll probably do more Genshin tomorrow because I doubt we're going to be raiding in this. I think people are away tomorrow, so probably coming back like next week. But yeah, more Genshin tomorrow. Hopefully just 7 hours of it. And then we'll talk about the plans for next week tomorrow as well, because Path of Exile's getting new league. There's gonna be a lot of new stuff. I'll have mini games to play. Hell yeah, I love mini games to play. It's always fun having some variety. But I shall see you guys when I see you next. Enjoy your day. Have a good night or day depending on where you are in the world. Later.